serdecznie. Ja się nazywam Marzena Cieślik, reprezentuję Creative Europe Desk Polska. Tylko takie krótkie ogłoszenie techniczne dla Państwa, którzy są z nami na sali i dla dużej ilości z Państwa, którzy łączą się z nami online. Dostępne jest tłumaczenie symultaniczne. Jeśli Państwo zgromadzeni tutaj na sali potrzebują tłumaczenia, to przed drzwiami są zestawy słuchawkowe, a dla tych z Państwa, którzy łączą się z nami online, można wybrać sobie opcję tłumaczenia klikając w okienko sieci na Zoomie. So welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to have you here. My name is Marzena Cieślik. I represent Creative Europe Desk Polska. I have just a small technical announcement regarding the simultaneous translation. If you need to use the headphones, there are sets available next to the entrance to the hall. For those of you who join us online, you can also use the simultaneous translation option, clicking in the web option on the Zoom platform. And now I will give the floor to Małgorzata Kiełkiewicz, the head of Creative Europe Desk Poland. Teraz witam na scenie Małgorzatę Kiełkiewicz, dyrektor Creative Europe Desk Polska.
Bardzo dziękuję, Marzenko. Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście, jest mi niezmiernie miło powitać wszystkich Państwa na konferencji Reach Out – How to Attract Your Audience, zorganizowanej przez nasz zespół Creative Europe Desk Polska. Witam serdecznie osoby, które są z nami w Centralnym Domu Technologicznym w Warszawie, a także tych z Państwa, którzy uczestniczą, oglądają nas za pośrednictwem online, za pośrednictwem platform internetowych. Zagadnienia budowania publiczności są niezwykle ważne w kontekście programu Kreatywna Europa Komponent Media. Priorytet docierania do jak najszerszego grona odbiorców z europejskimi treściami dotyczy większości schematów komponentu media. Poczynając od projektów filmowych w fazie developmentu poprzez produkcję. Wsparcie projektów, dzięki którym filmy są szeroko oglądane, także poza krajami produkcji, stanowi trzon programu Kreatywna Europa. Dofinansowywane są festiwale filmowe, działalność europejskich dystrybutorów i agentów sprzedaży oraz sieci kin promujących europejskie filmy. Program umożliwia także udział w europejskich szkoleniach i wydarzeniach branżowych, także tych, które dotyczą zagadnień budowania publiczności. Głównym celem naszej dzisiejszej konferencji Reach Out – How to Attract Your Audience jest debata dotycząca narzędzi wspierających budowanie publiczności, jak również marketingu i skutecznej komunikacji. Mamy nadzieję, że prezentowane projekty staną się inspiracją dla Państwa i sprawią, że narzędzia służące skutecznemu weryfikowaniu i szacowaniu publiczności będą stosowane na szerszą skalę. Bardzo mi miło powitać na dzisiejszej konferencji realizatorów projektów, które odbywają się z dofinansowaniem z programu Kreatywna Europa, jak również ekspertów współpracujących z najważniejszymi wydarzeniami branżowymi. Podczas dzisiejszego wydarzenia nakreślone zostaną nowe trendy w dziedzinie marketingu oraz skutecznej komunikacji. Wspólnie z ekspertami zastanowimy się nad zmianami, które nastąpiły na rynku filmowym w ostatnich latach. Pierwsza część dzisiejszego spotkania dotyczyć będzie rozwoju publiczności. Konferencję otworzy Alice Thorpe z Amper Analysis, która opowie o skali publiczności dla projektów filmowych. Po prezentacji zapraszamy Państwa na panel dyskusyjny, który poświęcony będzie narzędziom służącym badaniu i docieraniu do publiczności docelowej. Gośćmi panelu Think Audience będą Sanne Junken-Pedersen z Duńskiego Instytutu Filmowego, szefowa inicjatywy Closer to the Audience. Niels Alberg, reprezentujący projekt Publikum, wykorzystujący sztuczną inteligencję oraz badania antropologiczne do przewidywania potencjalnej sprzedaży filmu. Chris France, odpowiedzialny za rozwój narzędzia Audience Finder, dedykowanego sektorowi kultury w brytyjskiej The Audience Agency. Alex Stolz, szef działu filmowego w Asher U, firmy, której główną rolą jest wsparcie dystrybutorów filmowych w nawiązaniu kontaktu z widzami. Druga część dzisiejszego spotkania poświęcona będzie marketingowi oraz sposobach skutecznej komunikacji. Rozpoczniemy od prezentacji dotyczącej metod i narzędzi wykorzystywanych do identyfikowania docelowej publiczności, którą poprowadzi dla Państwa Paul Reeve, audience designer, konsultant do spraw crowdfundingu i marketingu. W ostatnim punkcie dzisiejszego spotkania zaprosimy Państwa do udziału w panelu dyskusyjnym Master Your Marketing, którego uczestnikami będą eksperci. Gabriel de Bortoli, reprezentujący paryską firmę L'Aventura Studio, agencję specjalizującą się w strategiach social media dla filmów. Nicolo Gallio, konsultant do spraw marketingu i komunikacji, absolwent programu Torino Film Lab Audience Design. Eleni Ouliani, która odpowiada za marketing i komunikację w butikowym greckim domu filmowym Heretic. Boris Punet, montażysta zwiastunów i konsultant marketingowy dla producentów i dystrybutorów współpracujących m.in. z Aave i First Cut Plus. Julia Short, konsultantka w różnych obszarach branży filmowej i kierowniczka studiów w wiedeńskim International Screen Institute. Serdecznie dziękuję znakomitym ekspertom i gościom za przyjęcie naszego zaproszenia i chęć podzielenia się swoją wiedzą i doświadczeniami. Wierzę, że dzisiejsza konferencja pozwoli przyjrzeć się dylematom, przed którymi staje europejski rynek filmowy, który mierzy się z nadprodukcją filmów, oraz zaprezentować tendencje, które w ostatnim czasie pojawiły się w dziedzinie marketingu w sektorze filmowym. Nie jest to oczywiście możliwe w oderwaniu od wyzwań, które stanęły przed całym sektorem audiowizualnym w ostatnich latach oraz zmian, które zaszły na rynku, jak również z nowymi możliwościami, które się na nim pojawiły. Mam nadzieję, że dzisiejsza konferencja dostarczy Państwu wiedzy i inspiracji do realizacji własnych projektów i pozwoli bliżej zapoznać się z obecnymi trendami oraz rozwiązaniami w dziedzinie rozwoju publiczności dla szeroko rozumianych projektów filmowych. Dziękuję Marzenie Cieślik z naszego zespołu za zorganizowanie dla Państwa dzisiejszego wydarzenia, od pomysłu przez realizację, oraz Marcie Modzelewskiej i Agacie Gruszeckiej za wsparcie w organizacji i promocji konferencji. Życzę Państwu udanej konferencji i owocnych spotkań. Dziękuję bardzo. Alice, the floor is yours.
Dziękuję. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. So I'd like to begin by thanking Creative Europe Desk Polska for inviting Ampere Analysis to present today. For those of you who are perhaps unfamiliar with our work, we are a data and analytics firm. We specialize in the media sector. We're primarily based in London, but we also now have an office in Los Angeles, and we have a team of researchers and analysts who basically spend their days analyzing the global film and television audiovisual market, looking at everything from media financing, production and distribution, for both television and film, to video games and sports rights globally. So today I've been asked to provide a broad overview of the global movie market, to give you a sense of the scale of the global film audience and how it's changing. As you can probably guess from the title of my presentation, I'll be focusing largely on the impact that streaming video on demand has had on the market and on audiences, as it has been the key driver of growth and change in the global film market over recent years. So I'll first begin with an overview of some of the wider trends in terms of market financials. I'll then move on to look at how audience attitudes have been affected in terms of the growth of streaming video on demand, how they watch films, the kinds of films that they watch. And finally, I'll finish with a few thoughts on how the relationship between independent distributors and producers and the streaming giants might change in the future. But first, we'll have a look at some of the numbers. So in terms of theatrical cinemas, as we all know, cinemas across the globe were severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, not only in terms of enforced closures of cinemas, but also as a result of production delays and disruption to film release schedules. As you can see in the blue and the orange lines here, box office revenues fell sharply in the largest regional markets, that is Asia Pacific and North America. Audiences showed themselves willing to return to the cinemas in 2021, however, at least for those big studio franchise titles, but that has led to something of an uptick in terms of audience interest, getting people familiar with going to the cinema again, where perhaps they were slightly nervous in terms of the kind of COVID protocols and so on. We've definitely seen that uptick happen. So going forward, many of the same trends observed prior to the pandemic will continue. So that is, the key growth areas will be Asia Pacific. The expansion there is largely being driven by the building of new infrastructure, new screens across China, bringing films to new audiences across the most populous country on earth. In mature markets across Europe and particularly in North America, audience attendance had been slowly stagnating for some years ahead of the pandemic. Despite this, I think sectoral declines will be minimal. I think we're definitely going to see a recovery and a continuation of the kind of levels we were seeing pre-pandemic in terms of audience attendance. And audience remain keen to return to the cinema for the right movies. And as we shall see in the next section, several European populations, Poland's included, show a marked preference for local language films when compared to, say, Hollywood imports. And so globally, cinema remains by far the biggest revenue generator for movies. In terms of some other distribution lines, the home entertainment market, physical video or DVD sales have been in uninterrupted decline for several years now. I'm sure you won't find that surprising. North America and Japan are pretty much the last bastions of physical retail and rental, respectively. We did see some experimentation during the pandemic, though, with early transactional release from distributors. This accounts for that slight uptick you see in 2020, where studios would be releasing their movies to what's commonly called premium video on demand. Those new releases that maybe would have got a release in the cinema were going straight to a rental platform, so audiences could rent them for a limited period for a one-off fee. We saw some notable successes, in particular with children's films, so obviously geared towards a home watching environment, family-oriented, things like, for example, DreamWorks' animated movie Trolls World Tour. But the problem with digital transactional from the standpoint of smaller independent producers and distributors is really that it doesn't have the same ubiquitous presence that, say, the classic video rental store did. You're not seeing those things as you walk past them on the street. There's no physical entity associated with that. And its audience reach is limited. So we're unlikely to see any significant growth in the market going forward. The homepage of a streaming provider like Netflix, like Amazon Prime Video, with its highlighting of new releases and targeted algorithmic recommendations, is actually far more likely a digital space in which to capture the attention of the casual browser, say, who's turned on their television and wants to find something new to watch of an evening. And so that does a lot of work for you from the standpoint of marketing in terms of being able to raise awareness simply by them being available. So like where we continue to see growth, of course, is streaming. To give you an idea of the kinds of growth we're looking at, we first saw the global customer base of subscription OTT platforms, so over-the-top delivery, overtaking pay TV in 2020. Now, of course, traditionally, pay TV was the key focus of that lucrative pay one window. So what I mean by that is the first window for release following a theatrical debut in cinemas. But now the exponential growth of the subscription market is really making that pay one window far more significant in terms of there's a lot more competition from providers to get hold of films, to get hold of the rights within that window. And of course, because the largest studios, i.e. the largest American studios particularly, are increasingly taking their own content onto their own platforms, so they're keeping hold of rights and not selling rights as much. That's really up the competition in terms of the platforms that are out there looking for new content to bring onto their own streaming provision. So I'll talk a little bit about how that maybe impacts independent distributors and producers a little further on. But now if we just take a look in terms of the sheer uptick in the number of movies that are actually being produced for streaming platforms, we've seen a really quite considerable growth going on through the pandemic. So as you can see here, orders of movies for streaming platforms in 2019 were averaging at about 50 new production announcements a quarter. By 2021, that had doubled to 100. So we saw growth through the pandemic. And since 2019, over 950 movies have been ordered to premiere on SVOD platforms globally. So it really is a growth area in terms of where the finance and the kind of the production activity is happening. Right now, at this very moment, there are 598 upcoming movies in development or production for a streaming service across the globe, and over half of those are destined for Netflix, which gives you some of an idea of exactly the kind of presence that Netflix has in the original production market, especially now as it really is a global platform. Just the sheer number of movies that Netflix are funding and producing is quite considerable. It has 126 original films slated for release this year alone. So that's around 98 of them scheduled with a release date currently. A further 28 announced as slated to release before the end of the year. So taking that into account, it's releasing more than, it's multiple new movies a week on the service, which is quite something. With the legacy studios such as Disney, Warner, Paramount now also taking their streaming services global, we've also seen a steady increase in the amount of production for streaming services that is happening outside of the US. So 35% of those films currently upcoming are being made outside America, and that's set just to rise and rise, quite honestly, because of the amount of expansion that's happening and the competition that the likes of Netflix or Amazon Prime Video now find themselves in with those kind of legacy studios, the classic Hollywood Big Five. I'll talk a little about that, how that might impact independent producers towards the end of this presentation. But just to move on now, I want to think about how the rise of streaming has impacted audience attitudes to movies, how it's changing, how they choose to watch films, and the kinds of films that they choose to watch. In this section, I'm going to be drawing on some of our consumer data. So just to give you a little background on that, we ask respondents in 27 countries globally questions about how they view different types of media every 6 months. So we have a kind of a tracking of the change in audience behavior and how that evolves over time. So the first thing to note is that in our latest nationally representative survey, just under 52% of global respondents agreed that online video services were now the main way that they watch film and TV. So it's the main way that they're accessing those films. Europeans, interesting enough, were slightly less likely to agree on the whole. So amongst European respondents, that figure was about 45%. So slightly less likely than the global average to say that streaming platforms were their main source of films. But still, as you can see from the chart on the left, we've seen that's quite steady, significant increase over recent years. What hasn't perhaps changed so much, though, sorry about that. Not sure why that's showing like that. What perhaps hasn't changed so much, though, is those countries whose populations tend to favour films produced in their own country. I'm afraid you can't see this here quite clearly. Obviously, I seem to have lost my country names, but I have it all down on here, so you might have to just listen to me as I tell you this and trust me on the data. The picture has remained broadly similar for many years. Poland is one of the countries above the trend line. Respondents here actually indicated a stronger preference for local film productions on average than they did for Hollywood imports. So they were more likely to say that they watch local films very often than they were to say that they watch Hollywood films very often. This often goes hand in hand with a strong local history of film production, as is similarly the case with the likes of outliers like China, India, or Turkey. So to give you an example on here, Poland is that blue spot just there. China and India are those right at the top. The Nordics came across as slightly less frequent film watchers in general. They're clustered towards the bottom here. And then we have the likes of Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil. They're some of the most frequent consumers of Hollywood content over on that side. Of course, this only gives us a very broad picture. If we dig a little deeper into some of the responses around local versus foreign film watching, we can identify a key trend which we can absolutely attribute to the rise of streaming. And that is that in recent years of polling, we've seen a distinct shift in the willingness of different age groups to watch content in general, be it film or television, in another language other than their own. So this is content which is either being dubbed or subtitled, and we ask about both in our surveys. So dubbing in the blue there, subtitling in the orange. We're increasingly seeing that the youngest demographics who have, as it were, grown up with streaming access to a global film library, are far more likely than older age groups to say they enjoy watching subtitled content across the board. 47% of 18 to 24-year-olds and the same percentage of 25 to 34-year-olds say they enjoy watching content with subtitles, compared to 34% of 45 to 54-year-olds. And in the 55 to 64-year-old bracket, it drops to just 28%. So interestingly, we also see the biggest divergence in the enjoyment of dubbed versus subtitles in the 18 to 25 or 18 to 24-year-old bracket. And I think a lot of their noted preference for subtitles can be attributed to the sheer level of exposure that they will have encountered online in other contexts, never mind just in the streaming era. So in an age of YouTube, TikTok, closed captioning, and instant translation, the youngest age group are far more acclimatized to using subtitles than their older peers. If we look at those same figures, just for American respondents, the trend is even starker. So as you can see, we've got a far greater decline in terms of the oldest age groups here. 43% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 24 say they enjoy watching subtitled content, compared to just 13% of those between the ages of 55 and 64 at the other end of the spectrum. So I think we can infer from this that when we're thinking about the kinds of films that are most likely to travel beyond their own borders, most likely to do well globally, one thing to keep in mind is perhaps the kinds of genres that younger audiences tend to prefer. But they might not be those that you would immediately assume they would be. So if we take a look at some more of this polling data here, as part of our 6 monthly surveys, we also asked respondents to pick a single favourite genre of visual media. So here I've aligned some of those genres from most frequently selected as favourite on the left to those less frequently on the right. I've then split out our age categories into under 35s, so those that we saw most open to watching subtitled content, and over 35s. Certain preferences we can see are common across the board. So comedy was the most frequently chosen favourite genre across all age groups. And what we might think of as bigger budget or franchise titles, generally kind of action adventure, sci-fi and fantasy, were some of the more frequently selected genres as on a whole. But if we focus in on those genres where we see the greatest difference between under 35s and over 35s, and vice versa, that's where it gets a little more interesting. While they are, of course, still some of the most popular genres, we can see that under 35s are actually somewhat less likely than older peers to choose bigger budget genres, such as action, adventure, and sci-fi. Instead, they over-index for much lower budget genres, such as horror or romance. Most notable, of course, is the difference in the number of under 35s selecting Japanese anime as their favourite genre. 8% compared to just 2%. And this again is something I think which really goes hand in hand with that greater tendency of younger audiences to be open to watching dubbed and subtitled content. When it comes to the over 35s, they were a little more likely than the younger peers to choose action, adventure or sci-fi, which isn't generally what we would assume. We kind of think of the bigger budget, flashier movies as being targeted at younger audiences, but that's perhaps not quite where they themselves are choosing to spend their time in terms of what they most enjoy. The most marked difference here, of course, is crime and thriller, which is the genre which is most enjoyed by over 35s across the board. We see this pretty predominantly across many different territories, but it's most pronounced in Europe, which I think, with the local history of crime, drama commissioning, especially Nordic noir style thrillers, it's a long history of that, and they're still very popular on the small screen. So I think that translates to the big screen as well. So under 35, some of the most habitual users of streaming platforms. They're also most open to watching content in translation, and they're also keener consumers of romance. So we might theorize that some of those factors contributed at least in part to the unprecedented success of a certain Polish film on Netflix. Now, erotic thriller 365 Days, despite not being particularly critically well reviewed, it has a much lower critical rating in our database than some other more, shall I say, noteworthy Polish releases. It actually appeared in Netflix's top 10 rankings in multiple territories across the globe. Now, I've used it here as just something as an example to demonstrate just how impactful a single film can be in terms of when it reaches a lot of global audience members. At Ampere, we've devised a popularity tracking tool for films. So this is assigned, basically each film gets a popularity score, which is assigned to any film available on a streaming video on demand platform. So it takes into account things like existing ratings, so audience ratings on IMDb, for example, where they're actually actively rating those titles. But it also takes into account more passive metrics, such as Google searches. How often does a certain title appear on fan websites, that kind of thing. And in there as well is box office revenue for those films which got a theatrical release prior to being made available on streaming. So each film available to watch has a global popularity score between 1 and 100. And here I've looked at those scores cumulatively to understand how the total popularity of Polish movies on streaming platforms has built up over time. Now, I will note that popularity in terms of this kind of rating is exponential. It means that, say, a big box office release is going to be getting a popularity score, 10 times that of one which got a smaller release platform. But in general, we do see a very clear trend in that, going back to 2016 when Netflix first launched in Poland, we had a small spike in Q4 2016. I believe that was when Warsaw 1944 was released on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. But then we saw a kind of general Polish film content popularity staying at a similar level until about the start of 2019, which is when we really saw the availability of Polish films, the more films being available on streaming platforms. By the time that 365 Days was released in cinemas here, we'd seen a really great uptick in terms of Polish film popularity, simply because there was vastly more films available on streaming platforms to be watched by global audiences. But then, with the release of 365 Days on Netflix after they acquired it, the film single-handedly doubled the global popularity rating of Polish movies available on SVOD overnight. So as I say, I use it as an example simply to illustrate how, it doesn't have to be a lot of films. A single film can bring Polish films to wider audiences. It doesn't even have to be a particularly good film, but it can be one which lots of people enjoy, and the mere fact that lots of people are viewing it means there's a lot of more people out there who are going to say, oh yes, I watched a Polish film before, I'll watch another one. That's kind of the sort of straightforward impacts of that. So just to finish up, I'd like to take a moment to consider the impact of streaming services on local production and distribution, and how that might change going forward. There is, of course, the ever-present concern that streaming services will take audiences away from local productions. Coupled with this, the concern that streaming services' insistence on exclusive rights ownership is limiting local producers and distributors and their ability to profit from their own productions through a variety of different distribution channels. But I'm going to predict that we'll see a few notable shifts in both of those situations going forward. The first thing I'd like to note is this is some of our most recent data we've just pulled in from our streaming tracking service. So the first bit of good news is that the EU's Audiovisual Media Services Directive has already pushed Netflix to up its quotient of European content. We can see that in the data. Around 16 of these territories back in December 2021 were, say, underperforming against the kind of quota set out by the EU's Audiovisual Directive. And they were having under 30% of European content. But now this is the picture for April 2022. And Netflix is nearly at 30% in pretty much most of its European territories, where we've previously were seeing a slower kind of growth in terms of the build-up of European content on their platform. So they are acquiring more European content and quietly releasing more European content onto their services. And I think that is a direct result of the quota, to be quite fair. The other thing to keep in mind going forward is exactly how much the likes of Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, and to a slightly lesser extent, Disney Plus, Paramount Plus, are reliant on independent production outside of the US. I really can't state enough how, from the data that we're seeing, shows that they are at production capacity in America. There's only so many studios, there's only so much infrastructure. When it comes to expanding globally, they are reliant on independent production, local production, and building those relationships. So quite frankly, it would not be very smart of the streaming platforms to try and bully smaller producers, perhaps that's maybe too strong a word, but you see my point, in terms of their bargaining power. They are, as they move more globally, going to have less bargaining power in terms of working with smaller producers and smaller distributors. 68% of upcoming streaming movies are produced outside of house, so with unaffiliated companies. 52% of them are produced by unaffiliated indies, by which I mean independent production companies which aren't owned by a broader umbrella company, so something like a Fremantle or a Banerjee, for example. Lastly, I just want to point out some of the subtle changes we're starting to see in terms of streamers' approach to rights to films. Now, obviously, we've seen recently quite a bit in the news about, for example, Disney Plus sending certain releases straight to the streaming platform in France to get around France's theatrical rules in terms of how long a film must play in cinemas. But we're already seeing a few differences, especially from the likes of Prime Video, where instead of actually insisting on having global rights to a title or insisting on having exclusivity in a country, they have a local distributor that they're perhaps working with who releases the film in theatres, and then they get global rights outside of the domestic territory. And I think, to be honest, this is something we're going to see a lot more going forward. So a key example here is Sony Iberia have partnered with Amazon to release a horror feature anthology called the Fear Collection. So each of those films will get a guaranteed theatrical release in Spain, and then will later be released globally on Prime Video. We're also seeing a lot more minority funding of projects. So for example, this is perhaps one of the most prominent examples, but it gives you an idea. Something like the latest project from MGM. Now, with Amazon's takeover of MGM in the offing, it's interesting to see that what's happened there is that MGM is taking theatrical rights and Amazon gets pay one window rights after its theatrical release. So that might be something they're doing a bit more of going forward if they're going to keep the MGM and the Amazon brand separate. Finally, I'd just like to point out India. It's one of those territories where local production is extremely strong, and streamers have had trouble really breaking into the market, frankly, because they haven't got that expertise in terms of what audiences want. Prime Video is now taking a different tack there, working with local distributors. So again, films get a theatrical release, but because Prime has given them so much funding or seed funding and so on, they then get pay one rights in other territories. And I think this is something we're going to see a lot more of. I think also we're not too far off the days when Netflix actually released a film in theatres before putting it on their own platform, especially with the likes of kind of their big gets like Knives Out or, you know, other things they hope to become franchises themselves. Finally, just a final word on Netflix. They are also increasingly signing people up to key talent deals in order to ensure their production pipeline. So, for example, if the fact that their studio ambitions really haven't quite panned out the way they wanted, they don't have the infrastructure globally, which they kind of envisioned having a few years ago. What they're instead doing is maybe signing people up to first look deals, saying, you know, bring your project to us first, and we'll see if we'll fund it, so kind of thing. Now, most of these have been in the US historically, but I think definitely we're going to see a lot more outside of the US going forward, because it's a way that they can ensure that they have that stream of fresh new content and new films without necessarily having to produce them themselves and almost going blind into a market. So, just to finish up, a few summaries, key things to take away. Streaming increasingly the main way that global audiences watch movies. That doesn't mean that theatrical is by any means a dying distribution channel. It's absolutely the greatest earner in terms of revenue for films globally. And indeed, local territories like Poland show a pronounced preference for local films. So, you know, you've always going to have a guaranteed audience in that respect. Young audiences who have grown up with streaming access to a global film library are far more likely to watch films in other languages, and that is very much playing into the way in which content travels across borders. And of course, that doesn't just mean that it has effect in the streaming space. It also has a knock-on effect in the theatrical space, for sure. Someone is more likely to watch subtitled content, is just more likely to go to a cinema to watch a subtitled film in the same way that they would online. Finally, big audience potential doesn't necessitate big budgets. A lot of younger audiences are actually looking for something quite different than maybe what we historically thought they were. And in terms of going forward, the reliance on independent production from the streaming services is going to really limit them in terms of their relationships with independent producers if they don't make concessions in different markets and actually work with them rather than perhaps insisting on global rights deals. So we're going to see a lot more flexibility in terms of distribution going forward, but in a way, different distribution channels are going to feed into one another and feed off one another, I think is my key takeaway for you all. And as I've already overrun, I should stop there. But thank you all very much. And if you have any questions, do please let me know. We can always be contacted at amperanalysis.com. Thank you.
All right, so now we will have a super short technical break because we need to organize the stage for the panel discussion. Think audience that will be moderated by Anna Ewa-Dziedzic. So we'll see each other in like 2 seconds.
welcome after the break. Are we together, everybody? Yes, we are together, everybody here. Couldn't see Sana. So we have this panel which will be focused on thinking about audience. And I would like to start with a short story. It's gonna be very short, I promise. Back in 2014, I was in Cannes. I was working at the time for Film Commission Poland. And I met one young Polish filmmaker. He had a film which was showed at Short Film Corner. And we had this conversation. And I made a huge, gravely big mistake asking him, for whom did you do your movie? And he was so offended, so outraged that I asked him this question. So 8 days later, I think we do not have to ask this question anymore. Why do we need to think about audience? But I guess the question now is how to think about the audience and how to reach the audience. So this panel is going to be kind of divided in 4 parts. We have 4 guests. We have Sanna Junker Pedersen online with us from Danish Film Institute. She's the head of Closer to the Audience initiative. Then we have Niels Alberg, the CEO and co-founder of Publicum, a service for audience building combining AI analysis and anthropological insights. Then we have Chris Franz, who is working for the audience agency and focusing at the moment at audience finder data tools. And then we have Alex Stoltz working for Usher You. Thank you. I was training the pronunciation before the panel. And who is also the host of 2 podcasts, Future of Film and Movie Marketing and Distribution podcasts. So if you would like to ask the question, as I said, we're gonna try to break it down in 4 parts. We will start with Sanna. And then because our all 3 guests represent 3 different tools, different solutions, so we'll move slowly and ask them to, and I will ask them to explain more about how it works. If you have any questions, just raise your hand or raise your hand virtually. We have somebody to pass me the questions. So you do not need to ask until the end of the presentation. So if something is like unclear, or you need some confirmation on you want to ask the question, just put your hand up and try to get my attention. Okay, so Sanna, I would like to start with you. You are heading the Closer to Audience initiative in Danish Film Institute. It's pretty new. It's been launched in 2020, but you already have, I guess, great successes. You have helped 35 projects to develop 35 projects. Could you tell us how does it work? What is all about?
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of background to whom I am, I have over the last 15 years worked with outreach and cultural marketing and as an advisor and interlocutor for the Danish film industry and our commissioners in regards to audience perspectives from script stage through development until production and actually followed the film until it actually hits the market. So I've worked with both the most commercial films as well as art house films with smaller or more niche audiences. The Danish Film Institute has over many years actually work to strengthen the bond between the industry and the audience because audience perspectives and audience engagement is high on our agenda. And this new initiative that we launched in 2020, Closer to the Audience, aims to strengthen the industry's insights into audiences and enabling the Danish films to maintain its high level of relevance and importance also in the future and to other platforms. So, and of course, the background, as you have already talked about, is of course the battle for viewers has heated up in recent years, and competition for eyeballs is tough. And creating relevance and value and importance is a primary challenge for today's filmmakers if they want to be seen or heard or create an impact to its audience. So with the Closer to the Audience initiative, the Danish Film Institute wants to support and inspire the film industry to be better at unfolding their film's commercial and cultural potential, so the audience will continue to see them as relevant, diverse and appealing, both in the cultural area and in the more commercial area. So it builds on the idea that insights into a film's audience in an early stage is essential to securing their engagement in creating as relevant stories as possible. So what matters to the audience today in today's media landscape, and more specifically, how do the stories and the themes and the characters relate to the audience, and why would the audience take an interest in your specific film? So we ask the question, why would audience engage with your film? And to answer these questions, you will need a change in perspective and maybe much earlier than usual, and take an interest in these audience perspectives. Of course, for us, creative freedom is still a cardinal point of filmmaking, of course. So Closer to the Audience, however, aims to inspire filmmakers and the industry to challenge their more entrenched ideas and beliefs about the audience, and put real audience insights instead. So it started in 2020, and the initiative actually consists of 3 tracks that we developed together with the industry. So this has been founded deeply into the industry itself. So the first track was a new funding scheme for audience engagement. So it's dedicated to innovative new audience research methods, supporting all kinds of in-depth audience analysis. We have, through several years, worked with quantitative analysis, and we still do that a lot. But we're, of course, curious about the AI and data-driven analysis and mapping of digital conversation that I'm sure Niels will talk about, and focus on specific themes and the audience pre-understanding of specific themes or subjects or locations and stuff like that, but also how the story relates to the audience, both with the thought and with emotions. And we have 500,000 euro yearly, and we have run it for 2 years, and we will make it a permanent funding scheme. The second track is that we've developed a new workshop format that we introduce already in development. So this audience workshop is not actually with the audience. The goal is to gather the creatives and a team around them to make sure that everyone in the film, involved in the film from development to the launch, has a common language about the film's audience, and to take into account how the intention and the ambition in terms of audience can coexist, and also to do a sharpen positioning. The third track that we launched in December 21 is our new knowledge sharing platform called About Audience. And it's a new digital space at the DFI DK. And it's a communication strategy dedicated to spreading knowledge and awareness about audience research, insights, methods, tools, and initiatives. And here we share different kind of formats through articles, videos. We have different tools where you can look up different data. You can look up different Netflix series to see how many people in Denmark have seen them, because we know, of course, that the streaming services doesn't share this information, so we actually gather them in a different way. So this is a digital space where the industry can connect with the different types of insights about audience. And we make a big effort to also share insights about audience that we gather on specific films, also to share them with the rest of the industry. So it was a big introduction.
Yeah. So let's begin. Like how I'm interested. Like let's start with this first segment. You have an idea for a movie. You have a script. You're developing a movie. How do you test it with audience? Like you do not have anything to show them. You do not have trailers. You do not have any even sometimes mood boards. Like how can that work, and how can you how filmmakers can profit from testing the ideas on film with public?
I'm sure you could do. Yeah, I'm sure you could do it on an idea level, but in our setup, we do it in development where you are a bit longer than just to have the idea or a treatment. You have normally a script at some point or in some phase. So what we do is that we are always in dialogue with the creatives and the team at the DFI, with the commissioner around the film that has gone into development. And there we are already having conversations about audience perspectives in development phase. We started doing that for like 7 or 8 years ago. So we are already in dialogue with the creative team about audience. But now we just added a second phase to that, or opportunity, because this is not a demand from the Danish Film Institute that they have to do this. It's a gift, it's an offer, it's something they can do if they're interested in that. So it's a kind of a dialogue based, try to find out what kind of questions do they have themselves, or what kind of questions could we have that helps open the conversation about audiences and where to put the spotlight. And when that at the end of that conversation, we will find out how to do it. And we have developed together with Nils, that's also in the panel, and another company called Mabel Copenhagen, also anthropologists. We tested different ways of doing it, but normally we work with different scenes that are being told to the audience. We work with mood boards. We work with small videos from the directors telling about the film as a film, not just a script or a text. We give them, a small resume of the film, and as I said, different kind of scenes. We've also worked, with giving them the first 20 pages of a film or the end of the film, because it's normally there that the creatives have big questions about how the audience gets into the film and out. And then we can also use different positioning pitches to try to get some insights on what kind of hooks they that are appealing to them. And that's not because you have to conclude on a specific pitch, but it gives you insight in how they connect to the film in that stage.
Okay, so maybe Nils, you can also jump in here and help us out, because I was also wondering, like, how do you choose those audience on which you are testing your ideas? Are you looking online? Are you do you have specific groups? Do you have profiles? How do you test, for example, you have a kids movie, okay, you have to test it with families, you have to test it with kids. But with the genre for adult people, it could go different ways, right? I don't need to like horrors, and I can be in a group that has to assess horror. So could you tell more about that?
Should I jump in, or will Nils?
Whoever knows.
Well,
we both know.
I think actually it's better if Sanne will reply to this, because we often work a lot with Sanne and her team to identify who to speak with. And to be honest, I think Sanne has more data on this. So if you don't mind, Sanne, I think you should take this one.
It's fine. Nils is doing the recruiting, but what we before he does that, we have a conversation about who the audience is. You know, you have your first analysis on how the audience, which kind of audience you need to address, and this builds on both experience, but also huge data on which audience is watching which film.
And we lost Sanne. So I think, Nils, you have to take this question anyway. I hope we're gonna be back in a moment, working on it probably. But
I know that the Wi-Fi connection at the Danish Film Institute is not always so stable.
So, let's move a little bit. I have some questions for Sanne, some more questions, but let's. Can you maybe tell us a little more about how it works, because you work closely with Danish Film Institute, and the tool you've been developing, the tool you have, it's all about audience, like we said before the panel. It's publicum, so it's like deriving from the audience. So. The idea how to find the right people who would be able to tell you more, to develop your movie, to target your movie better, and maybe make your movie more approachable.
Yeah, sure. I think actually maybe I'm going to leave that question if Sanne comes back on, because still finding the audience is not exactly what our tool is really good at, but it's really good at, in my opinion, to get into connecting with the selected audience. So if I can start there instead. And maybe I should also give a little bit of a background, as Sanne also did, because as she mentioned, the scheme in the Danish Film Institute called Closer to the Audience. As she mentioned, they had a conversation together with the Danish film industry to understand how can they better help. And my company helped facilitate that discussion as well. And that gave some insights, basically, that I founded the idea for why we create a publicum and how it works, basically. And to put that shortly, I think we understood in that research we did and the interviews we did with the Danish Film Institute and the industry, that for a long time, I think the data people has struggled to really inspire creative people, and creative people has inspired to convince the data people. So there was a bit of a conflict there. And I think also for a long time, data has trying to force creativity a little bit. So our take were that we wanted to go into that battle and make these two sides meet, but instead of making a creativity really, really strongly data-driven, we wanted to have data being a little bit more creative as well. And our solution to that was to combine AI analysis with anthropology. So we have some big scale data and some more in-depth understanding of the audiences. So that's kind of the background.
Okay, so you have like the AI harvesting the data from the internet, I assume, and then you have live real people giving you feedback. I've read that you are using the video diaries, right? So why video diaries? Why don't you ask them to write a review or send you an email?
Well, that wouldn't be very anthropological, first of all, but also because we are not only reviewing the film, as Sanne said, this is a very early stage. There is the beginning of a story, or there is a script. So we are more interested actually in how do people connect to the themes there. So it's not necessarily asking only about the scenes and the dilemmas, the characters and the visuals, the pitches, all the stuff that Sanne mentioned. We do that as well, but we also do talk to people about some of the more generic themes in the movie. That's something you can relate to, be provoked by or inspired by. So it's to broaden out basically the perspective, also to give the creative people a little bit more room to take some new decisions, and not just to test, does this work, yes or no.
Could you give us some examples? Like, of course, it could be anonymous if you cannot share the specific details, but like, do you have any cases, because your company is also pretty young, year and a half, but I guess you gather some experience. Any examples that come on your mind that somebody after using your services, being with you, decided to like shift, to change the script and to go in a different direction after hearing what public was had to say?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can go half a step back because then I can explain how these two different steps are connected in the way we do the research. So in the first step, we will have the script in the shape it is. We will take out some central themes that we believe from a social scientist point of view is something that people can relate to. And also something that the creative people agree that this is quite interesting to get the outside perspective on. So one theme could be narcissism in Norway, which is the film I'm going to give you as an example. So we looked at that. How is narcissism in Norway different than it is in Denmark, for instance? And what we do there is we move into the AI analysis, where we will listen to maybe 100,000 discussions online from Norway about what narcissism is. And the machine will then help us, so to speak, cluster out the discourses of how people connect to that, what they feel about it. So this is to reduce the level of creative gut feelings and bring in the outside perspective on a large scale. In this part, we are not, using old script data. We're not using box office data. We're just basically using conversations from the contemporary society. That will provide a lot of insights into what we think is super narcissistic and what we think is not so narcissistic and so on. And often when we present this to the creative team, they will have a lot of new questions that they want to ask into depth about this, because this is inspiring normally for the writing and for the character building and so on. And once we have, the next workshop, we will move into asking people on the mobile phones, basically, and we're designing the questions to understand, how can you really love a narcissist, for instance, if that was something that was shown in the first data, but also a lot of more specific questions, very much related to things that Sanne touched upon as well, like the scenes, the characters, the dilemmas, and so on. And we work with this specific example of a film that just premiered in Cannes from Oslo Picture called Sick of Myself, where we were really looking into how to build the main character that was a super narcissistic character, but how would the rest of the society view that? So basically we try to look at the audience not from only a story point of view, but from a perceptual point of view. How are they actually looking at this? If you're not super narcissistic yourself, how would you react if you go into the cinema, and what's a film about a narcissist? What can be funny? What can be provoking? What can you actually maybe relate to, and so on?
Okay, so it's more like basing on feelings that people have right now, instead of like conceptions we have about their feelings. Okay, Sanna is back. Can you hear us?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I don't
Hello.
know what went wrong.
We moved a little bit into publicum to tell more how does it work. So I will let Niels finish, and then we'll go back, circle back to the conversation we started before.
Yeah. So you asked about the feeling part.
Yeah, but it's like I wanted to come back to my previous question, like about particular example that. So I assume in this example you are giving, Norwegian narcissism, there was a shift. They changed something in the script. They changed something in the story to tell it in a different way.
Yeah, so they wanted to understand what was specifically Norwegian of being a narcissist. And we then compared the data from Denmark with Norway and Sweden to get a really specific understanding of what's uniquely Norwegian in the way they think about narcissism. And to very shortly explain what the differences were, in my own country, in Denmark, it's a bastard that you don't like, to be honest. And we also understood across the different countries it is a bastard. But in Denmark we concluded this is a dangerous bastard. This is someone you don't like. All the data that we dragged down there from the internet showed that many of the conversations were about romance, not because you have to fall in love with a narcissist, but because you have to be aware of falling in love into a narcissist, because they can be attractive but also dangerous. In Sweden, there's still also a bastard, but we concluded in that case it was more a poor bastard, because there's a discussion there about taking care of narcissists and not only being aware of them, because you'd be seen as a mental disorder, basically. That's a discussion in Sweden. And then in Norway, which was kind of the main question here, there was a much more, I would say, a cynical approach to it, because they felt that narcissists can be used for something useful. They can run the country and they can fire people and so on. So that was a much more.
Beware of Norway.
that was a much more cynical approach to it. So this was presented to the team, and the director then had to choose, how do I want to build this character? And went with the Norwegian direction of something where also, the character very explicitly in the film shares, this is actually something, narcissism, I'm using that as a career booster, as the main character is saying in the movie. So it was a little bit, to understand how to build that character and what to make the audience relate to or in that character.
Okay, so now, I think the question that can combine you two together. Who is usually in the team you are working with, and how do you start? Is it the Film Institute which is recommending the filmmakers to you because they apply to the scheme, and who is on the team is I assume the director, screenwriter, the producer, creative producer, and who has the main voice?
Was that for me or Sanne?
Yeah, I think you can share, because I think it's a bit different from the perspective of institute, and I guess it's different from your perspective because you don't always work with the institute, but also with the private companies and producers.
Yeah, okay, but it depends a little bit on where we're working. So when we work with Denmark and Sanne and her team, the institute are very involved, and they have a lot of insights and knowledge are provided throughout the project, and they participate in all steps equal to the creative team actually. And as you said, from the production side, it is normally the producer, the writer, director, and if there is a distribution deal or a partner there, they will also participate. So we enjoy to have as many competences on board as early as possible. If we work directly in other cases with production companies, it's more or less the same team, minus the institute, of course. And in other countries, it is quite similar. They have different roles. Denmark is really into insights and spend a lot of dedication to understanding the audience, so they can provide a lot. And in other countries, they have a different way of facilitating, but normally they will participate as well.
Okay, thank you. And Sanne, the similar question or the same question, and I also would like to throw in also a question about genre. Is it suitable only for features, or you can also work with documentaries in that scheme?
Yeah, you can also work with documentaries, and we also work with the series format. We've done, I think, 4 studies in a series, but mostly it's feature films, fiction. But we have several documentaries as well. Flea was one of them, and we've worked with several others. Just to get a little bit insights in what they out of this process. I think the main thing is that we are always looking for angles we can use to inspire or facilitate a conversation about, because we come from, a tradition where, audience is something that you will maybe think of 2 days before your premiere or something like that. So it's, always having the intention to, facilitate the conversation about audience in ways that, the creatives can relate to, and in formats and in processes that they enjoy and understand. So that being said, the normal way is, that we meet the project when it gets development from our commissioners when we're in the meeting, and normally we will suggest, a informal meeting where we talk about the audience scheme and what we're doing and how it could be relevant to their project. And it's a very open and trustful connection, and I think that's very important to scope the focus for the research and for what they need to address or want to address in terms of the audience perspectives, because you can research in so many different angles and you can not do everything in one study, and it has to create value for the project creatively and also in terms of audience definition and later positioning and stuff like that. So it's quite important to have that quite deep conversation about their project before they say yes or no to wanting to apply the scheme. In my experience, as long as they get the understanding and you present to them what it's actually about, that it's about strengthen their vision and their intention with their project, because maybe they won't admit it, but everybody wants to have an audience. It can be a small specific audience, or a big large audience, but of course all creatives wants to create an impact and stimulate emotions and thoughts in their audience, of course. So it's important to start in a very trustful area where it's allowed to say anything, and that's also why we have created the scheme, the audience scheme, away from the other schemes that we have. So I'm not in a team with any commissioners. I'm not in the market scheme any longer. I've been a commissioner in the market scheme for 10 years. I'm no longer there because we needed to, make a clean cut. So when they talk with the audience scheme, it's, it's important that it's what the creatives are curious about and what they need, and how we can help facilitate the building of audience awareness in that specific project. And I think it's also important to say that the stuff that we're doing in the audience focus is, and the qualitative studies, it's a supplement to the industry's own experience, because they have a lot of experience and thoughts and things that are working still. And then it's also supplemented with hardcore data and quantitative analysis in terms of genre and audience behavior and stuff like that. So it's just to say that, it's a supplement to things that we are already doing to stimulate this conversation. And I think what they have gotten out of it, it's of course differs from project to projects. There's always, several aha experience where they just, I haven't thought about that. But there's of course also things that they, that are confirming their own gut, stomach feeling. And what's normally also when you gets into something controversial and the audience is just like, I didn't like that, or that was, crossing my boundaries. The point is not turned down, maybe it's turn up for that, because maybe that's the reaction that you want, and you can go even further with that if that's is that kind of movie. And also we have often, their pre-understanding and the expectation in terms of genre, and there's, just small things about, stereotyping and characters doing things that the audience is just like, well, is that 2009 this and not 2020? We have to be really awake at the moment.
So basically, it sounds like it gives filmmakers like opportunity to kind of rehearse before they premiere in actual cinemas at the festivals. So can actually measure up your ideas and your ideas for a movie with the audience.
It's the feedback that we actually also are getting from the directors is that, you know, that they feel more prepared and more precise when they're pitching, you know, for fundings and stuff like that at pitching forums. So it's a side bonus.
Do you have any questions to Sanne or Niels? Okay, if not, I have one more for Niels. I would like to ask. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So we have access for social listening scraper, basically, where we have a lot of sorting opportunities. So we can select different regions. We can select different types of sources we want to listen to. We can combine all of these compared to what the project is. So we have the opportunity to listen basically to news media, social media, blogs, and fora. But we can select those, we can compile them as we want to. So if we have a theme that is very interesting to listen to, what are only people saying, we can sort out the news medias and only listening to social media, and vice versa. We can choose only TikTok, YouTube, Instagram if we want to listen to a more younger audience, for instance. We will compile a big file from there, which we will then feed to our algorithm. And the algorithm is basically what it does is reading pretty damn fast. So it will go through these 100,000 documents over a much shorter time that we will ever be able to do. It will look for where are the same words being used again and again across the different documents. And it will then display a visual map for us so we can see what are the discussions. What we will do from there is we will start exploring how are these different keywords connected. That's basically where the man takes over from the machine. So to get insights into why we're using the same words again and again about a certain theme, that it reveals what we're also feeling for it and what we're discussing about it. Currently only written, but we are working on adding more.
I think there was one more question.
Basically, I wanted to ask the same question because I feel like my ethical backside.
Same answer.
Yeah, but of course you get better prepared product because the product is based on what people say. But at the same time, I'm thinking about the ethical side of listening. Of course, everybody is doing that, but not everyone is admitting this is our modern days and this is how it looks like. But still, I'm a little bit, you say you marry creative side with that. So you give like basic guidelines to the creators, what to consider doing the product, or how does it look like? Because you said you're trying to marry creativity and that data, and this process is interesting.
Yeah, so basically we're not actually trying to give too many guidelines. I think what Sanne said before about following their intention is super key to what we do still. So we're not trying to evaluate if this is a good or a bad idea, or if you should turn it this and that direction. We're trying to understand what are the creative intention, what's already in the script, and then try to find things that people can connect to. So we also select these conversations. We do not report any aspect of how we talk about narcissism, for instance. We report back what we think is inspiring to what we've already heard. So the creative is actually always in the center of our processes. We have the audience meetings, as Sanne said, where they are really sharing their ideas, their hope, their ambitions, and everybody is trying to nurture that, not trying to evaluate that or turn it down, but trying to make it bigger, actually, and help it succeed.
Hi, Niels. I wanted to ask you, how long is the process, and how does it go like with the development process? Because you mentioned that you work on, as far as I understood, on the script level. So does it stop like the process of getting into production, and how does like how long is the process? And the other thing is whether you have some example, or you worked with like really young audience that doesn't use the social media yet, or then when you're researching, if you're researching then parental blogs, or going into more like parents research and their conversations. So
yeah, sure. So the first question is very simple. We designed a process that ideally takes 7 weeks. Because it needs to be fairly quick and it needs to align to how you're writing. It can be squeezed a few weeks down, and it can be stretched and paused, which is quite normal if you have a break where you want to iterate the script. And then you had another question that was about kids. Yeah, yeah. So we work actually very much with kids already. I would say we have made around 30 projects in Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands combined, and around those, I would say 20 to 25% has been with a very young audience. So to divide into how we'll get the data from those, because as you said correctly, they're not necessarily writing the newspapers and so on. So can we scrape the right data, basically? Sometimes we can, just by isolating the sources down to Instagram, TikTok, and so on. But we need, of course, to make sure that there is enough data and that it comes from them. Sometimes, or not sometimes, always, we will involve them as well on video. A very young audience as well, down to maybe 7 years old. And they will participate for 6 days, having a lot of different tasks, both in Denmark and in Norway. We have also not used them only as respondents, but also people who were actually, after with the research, working together with the scriptwriter about identifying the right language. How does it look like in a high school room? I think a lot of movies are being written by people in their 50s about how it is to be 18. So it's pretty convenient that they meet sometime.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to move further a little bit, but I guess our guests are staying for the lunch, so any more questions you have, you can approach Niels during the lunch and bother him then. Chris, can we move to you? And Chris, have a short presentation for us to explain how the audience finder works. Because we switch now, as Publicum was more about developing the audience. Audience Finder will tell us more how to actually reach those people.
Thanks so much for that, Anna. Firstly, I haven't just bought slides. I'm the only person to bring slides from the panel. I didn't mean to as such. I think because I'm British and I work in data, I always just have slides in the back of my pocket. It's like an overly politeness thing of what we probably do from the UK working in data. But thanks for so much for inviting us along. So as a very quick overview, obviously my name's Chris. I'm head of Audience Finder Service in the UK. The Audience Agency, we are a non-profit social enterprise working across the UK. Our main tools for working with in the film sector and both the film cinemas, producers, festivals is through the Audience Finder data tools. The Audience Finder data tools are basically a set of platforms and a set of basically tools to allow organizations to analyze both their ticketed production data, so the ticketed film data that comes in, but also run audience surveys, looking at their audiences around some of the elements that ticketing data cannot get us. Of course, we can learn so much through ticketing data, but to also complement that and really help organizations take their big data and really implement better data-driven solutions with it in terms of that as well. And really some of the conversations and topics as mentioned just there, the difference between both data people and creative people, helping particularly the creative people understand how to actually think about their audiences and implement it as well, really as well. There's not a barrier between the two, but certainly in the UK, probably as lots of other areas of Europe, there's often felt like that as well. So it's a free service that organizations can use, and we get public funding from that as well. And it includes Audience Spectrum, which is a segmentation system that looks to analyze in-person audiences across what they're doing. Everything that we are doing is around in-person audiences, so audiences attending cinemas and festivals and otherwise as well. We don't as such have streaming data in the same way, thinking about the metrics of that as well. So very much for venues and also people promoting the films as well. So across the UK, we have over 1,100 actually data contributors across the arts. In terms of film and cinemas, just over 110 cinemas and festivals that are using the tools and basically analysing their data as well. So hopefully a quite sort of good representative data set, and our role within that as well as to help provide these solutions is to help those 3 UK national funders at the bottom. Remember, it's the UK, so we're all split up and divided into different regions in terms of that. So basically help them understand what audiences are looking like, how they're changing, most importantly, and particularly during COVID, it was quite interesting to sort of see. Obviously, film was one of the first sectors that had in-person attendances again. You know, I'm not just thinking about Christopher Nolan's Tenet, but a key thing to do for that. Hands up in the chat who actually understood what that film is on the online chat. But those sort of things to help organisations understand what the sector and how it's changing from that point of view as well. So as an audience development toolkit, obviously quite a bit of ticketing analysis to be able to do that. But I think the main sort of USP as well as the segmentation ability is the ability to benchmark your data against other organisations, other cinemas, other festivals, other producers, both in your local area but also across the UK as well. So how am I as an independent cinema that's got a art centre offer or a gallery or something like that, how am I comparing against the cinema in the next town? Or how am I comparing, say, against other organisations in London and things like that as well? So to give that sort of perspective to help answer those questions of what you're looking to do. And also alongside how you're using other tools as well. You know, we're certainly not saying this is the only tool you should use. And I think really some of utilising some of the other great bits of technology and all sort of audience centres thinking, which is around really of that as well. All of how we break it down, we think about and put it in a question-led mentality. So to really come over that ability and thinking about, particularly for the creative people, what questions to ask of their data. The biggest drawback we've seen across the UK, not just in film, across the entire art sector, is that individuals that work within the creative industries around data, they do not know what questions to ask of their data. They can analyse it, they understand the tech, but how can they actually use that to put it into practice, particularly those that are working in organisations and public institutions as well. So that's sort of so what question of asking data as well, and that's sort of how we're looking to build it a little bit more as well. And similarly, very quickly, you know, just one organisation, just a very quick case study, the Kiln Theatre, which hosts a number of London film festivals in Greater London as well. They particularly started to use the tools using track-T surveys, complementing their ticketing data, but also some of the other film-based analytics tools that they've been able to use to really sort of look into those audience segments a little bit more, thinking about both the difference between really attendance and opinion in their case, but looking to in ongoing monitoring to not only make better audience development and marketing decisions, but thinking about programming as well. You know, we tried this new film. This was the first time we ever did it with audiences. How has it really worked? Is it worth us putting it again? How does that work along those sort of elements as well? So to be able to use that in a quite organic and agile way to be able to do that as well. Obviously, one of the main benefits and also how our funding work comes together is how we can then use the data set. Obviously in different areas of the creative industries, but also in films as well, to be able to show what the data is looking at. This is just two metrics that I just pulled out very quickly this morning in terms of this. So from 21-22, of course, most cinemas opened in a more wider way in about July last year. So we're looking July to the end of March from the point of view. As you can see, the average ticket yield across the independent cinemas and film audiences. We use the term film, by the way, rather than cinema, because we're also classing festivals and other outdoor cinema events and other film events that happen across community arts and things like that as well. So £13-20 was the overview, and similarly that translates into euros as well. And as you can see on the left-hand side, just using our segmentation system just breaks out what that audience looks like, which is across the UK as well.
Could you tell us a little bit, because those names are pretty fascinating, but like briefly, I know you're not going to explain all of them, but metro culturals and home heritage, what's the difference? Who is who?
So, as a quick overview, basically they're the core segments of the segmentation system. It does break down further, but they're the top overview of it. And basically what Audience Spectrum is looking to do, it's looking to identify and profile an individual on how they engage. So it's about their engagement from the point of view of that as well. So that's what it's looking to do. In terms of your question directly, metro culturals are very much the urban professional based audiences from that view. They are the ones that are the most affluent in terms of their social backgrounds, but also the audiences that very much, they like what they like and they like to attend it. So a very sort of particular key audience for some of the film festivals. Take that to say to experience seekers, which are probably in a film capacity, more of those that, you know, will go to a film festival, pick 4 or 5 films that they just see on that and go and attend them and read them for the day. I don't put myself in that category, but I'd love to from the point of view. Home and heritage, certainly one of the more older audiences that we've got as well. And from independent cinema, that's quite an interesting one because you can see that's quite a bit lower. Primarily these groups are over the age of 55 in the UK as well. But they are quite a key film-based audience in the UK for some of the streaming, so some of the streaming performing arts, things like, I don't even know it, the National Theatre in England has a big streaming film programme, and also for some of the more community, more family-based pictures as well.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's a brief overview, and obviously, you know, very much on the sort of the side of helping organisations to do it. Really, one of the key sort of things we see, particularly sort of for the film sector, is helping organisations, and probably what I do for most of my job, to be honest, is to sort of help organisations, both to producers, to marketing staff, to creatives as well, sort of understand what questions you want to ask of your data. You know, let's take it a real step back. What does audience development mean to you? How are you looking to think about it, and what are you looking to implement it from the point of view of that one as well? So really sort of taking that question-led and sort of data driven approach that I mentioned a little bit in the first section of the panel as well. Then really just looking, once you post those questions, how you're going to collect and analyze the data through the data tools, but other sort of sources as well from the point of view of that, how you're going to put it together. And then obviously once you need to that, how you're actually thinking about implementing it. I think one of the key things, of course, that bottom sentence is a line that I'm sure you'll all have heard in many different ways before, but not being too afraid to fail when we're thinking about audience development, but also looking to ensure that we're learning about what we're actually doing as well. Probably Tenant was a great example of not being too afraid to fail when that was sort of something when it was released from that point of view as well. But really thinking about that and looking to really also bring along the whole organisation or your whole company with you from the point of view. So it's not just there's a data person that does all of the audience development and everyone else does everything else. So it is that joint approach, really.
Okay. So who are your clients?
So our clients in the film capacity, a mixture of independent cinemas. So cinemas, I'm so sorry, I had to even move the room because of those slides. There's a nice thing to sort of say. So a mixture of independent cinemas, art centres, so they're from across the UK as well, which includes organisations such as obviously Kiln and Tricycle and the BFI South Bank in London. Also festivals such as the annual festival, such as the Edinburgh Film Festival and otherwise as well, also the London Film Festival. And there's also some of the smaller producers as well, those that also undertake outdoor cinema programmes. So there's one large one in the UK called the Lunar Cinema Programme and things like that as well. So looking to have films in different ways, and also some of the smaller producers as well, really, is, as I said, all within person physical attendance base, they film rather than streaming.
Yeah, because I guess that was my question also, like how useful it is. For example, let's say we have, I don't know, genre festival, small festival in some seaside town focusing on showing only horror and science fiction movies. And on the other side, we have like London Film Festival. So, yeah, you know, different brands, different audience, different outreach. So I believe your tool would be more useful for those who are a bit struggling with identifying identifying the audience and being more in niches, or not necessarily?
Well, not necessarily, but I think that's a good example from the point of view of that as well. Often, personally, some of those smaller festivals in a film capacity, and also some of those independent cinemas that are in more rural and more excluded places, we actually find the best at doing audience development, because in many ways they're forced to do things and they have a smaller section of the population to do it. There's a couple which are based on Scottish islands, which are beautiful places, but as the only cinema and the only other choice of film other than Netflix or what's on Film 4 or Channel 4, sort of really strong at being able to do that as well. I think with the smaller festivals, particularly those ones with a particular target audience as such, it can often be a little bit easy to actually understand what questions you want to ask and also understand how you're going to use it. So, for example, of that horror example, would it just be their main aims to think about how they can expand and get more funding next year? Is it almost a question of thinking about, okay, we've got this great in-person audience across the city. Do we want to maybe take it outdoors? Do we want to pursue more ways to do streaming next year? Do we want to think about that as well? Do we even thinking about, slightly of a non-audience level, how could we link in more promoters as well? So really just thinking about how that can be used and put that together as well.
So I guess like your solution, what are you doing is kind of on the other side of what Niels is doing?
It's completely on the other side. Yeah, I was going to say, so far this morning, everything's been on about obviously digital streaming, and I've just completely the cannonball to the other way down. But yeah, and thinking about that sort of relationship, I think, very much with the in-person experiences, as we sort of see, we've certainly seen in the last few years, and certainly since I've started working in the sector, I once upon a time used to market film shows and things like that, but it's been so much more about the actual in-person experience. Obviously, of course, the streaming sites and otherwise can offer that to a good degree, but a good example I heard at another film conference last year was, when you're going to an independent cinema or a small cinema, you can't take your children, and 90% of the audience can't all dress up as Paddington and Mrs. Bird for the opening night of Paddington 2. That experience is so different when you've got that one sort of thing. So in a way, helping those organisations think about their USP, and of course what is a massively competitive, digital market, particularly in the UK, and not just of course with streaming sites, but with the amount of obviously quality film that's on television, obviously I know across Europe, but particularly in the UK as well, really. So helping them think about how they can think about and position themselves really as the local sort of institutions that so many of them are, and really the key role that they play in their organisations, not just as obviously as picture houses and places that people had to go, but also sort of community hubs as well. So many of them had such a key role when they couldn't show films, i.e. putting a cafe outside their door in the pandemic, or with masks on as well, just so they can help that in their community as well.
Do you have any questions? Okay, so maybe later. Thank you, Chris. Alex, last but not least. Could you tell us briefly a little, give more insight about what you are working on? Because I guess it's a maybe not combination of what we heard before, but kind of, I think you complete the solutions that we were talking about before.
We complete the picture. Thanks, Anna. And I'd just like to say thank you to Marzena and Creative Europe and Media Desk for organising this. This is such an important conversation to have. This is the future of independent filmmaking right here, I think, because it's all about having a better understanding of the audience and thinking about how you can more effectively launch in the marketplace. And boy, it's a tough marketplace right now. We got a discovery crisis, I think. There's so much content, there's so many platforms. It's so hard to get audiences' attention. How do you get audiences' attention? It's estimated that we are all subject to up to 1,000 advertising messages a day, right? So how can you cut through that? How can you get your film, your story in front of audiences? And so all of this is just so important, and a lot of it is about data. A lot of it it's about hard work, putting in that attention into that process, and that curiosity about who your audience is. But yeah, Usher U, I mean, what we are, I suppose, we're a technology and analytics business that specializes in helping solve that discovery problem. So we create discovery platforms for distributors, national film bodies, film schools, and producers, so that they can have more of a direct relationship with their audience. And that, for me, I think is a big part of the future here, is about having a D2C relationship, direct-to-consumer relationship with your audience. Has got to be the future, particularly for distributors, but at all stages of the value chain. I mean, it's crazy, right? For so many years, none of the studios knew who their audience were. They would spend millions on marketing the Marvel movies, just plucking
For
one
everybody.
franchise. Well, it is everybody in a way, but you know, every time they have to start again. And that was the problem with distribution. Every time you have a new release, it's a new startup. It's a new project. And what our solution, one of the key things our solution works towards is to say, let's capture that information every time. So you're not starting from the beginning. You're building on it incrementally every time, so that you that it just makes it much more effective. It's not sustainable to do that. It's why Netflix and all of their platforms are so successful in many ways, because they have the direct to consumer relationship. So powerful. Not suggesting everyone needs to become Netflix, but you need to have a better understanding of your audience and not start from scratch every time.
Okay, in practice, what does it mean? Like, you are a distributor, you're running a marketing campaign. How can you help to assess the results? Can you track the results?
Yeah, exactly. So I think, traditionally a distributor might create a web platform for the movie, the film.com, and drive some of their traffic there, and from there maybe have some show times where the cinema, to show where the cinemas are available, maybe have streaming information. So what we realized was that that's so wasteful, having a single website every time. So we create a discovery hub for all of their films, for their catalog and so on. And that's the front end. So we have, every film has its own look and feel, have its own page, but there's also opportunities for people to engage with the brand of the distributor as well. And we plug in a lot of different data sources. So we plug in cinema showtimes. They get fed automatically in. We plug in streaming information, again, automatic, and we can track some of those user journeys. And that's on the back end, where we can say, these are we can show very easily, these are the ways people found the platform. These are the advertising campaigns, or the social posts, or the TikTok campaign. These are the routes that people found the campaign. It found your website, and that, as I say, that builds up after every release. So we have that data. You can see which ones are working. But the most important data to capture is, anyone know? Anyone can guess? It's email addresses, right? Email addresses that's a direct-to-consumer relationship. So we, although we have the sort of, those analytics, which are very important, the marketing analytics, everything we try to do is to help the distributor, the producer collects those email addresses so they can have a direct relationship. And we have different ways of doing that, like competitions, quizzes, and we also have our own integrated streaming player as well, which you can, so instead of sending people to Amazon Prime, you can sell the movie right there on the site.
So basically with this tool, you're able, if like decide to go, I'm a distributor and decide to work with you, after running this campaign, you were gonna be able to tell me from whom the audience is coming and how it's reacting on my brand, on my film, and what I can. And next question, are you actually able to also like advise on how to, help the performance, how to correct things, retarget things?
Yeah, I mean, we do. We do have advice, but we can pull from trends and analysis that we worked with other partners. But we see ourselves basically as, we're not experts in marketing creatives or particular media buying strategies. There are other partners that we would recommend to look at for that. What we can do is provide that central space where you can collect all of that information, and then some really intuitive analytic tools to break it down.
So usually I've asked this question already. So who are you working with usually? Like who is your typical client?
Sure. Well, I think we have our two typical clients, I suppose, are national film bodies who have recognized over this time that they need to have a better understanding of where their audience is and what's happening to their films. I mentioned that we pull in the cinema showtimes. That's useful for the front end. People can see wherever you are, you're in Warsaw and you're looking to see, we work with, well, one of the several countries we work with is Ireland, for example. So if you're looking for an Irish film in Poland, we can show you where that's available. But on the back end, what's fascinating for the national film bodies is that they can see all across the world where their films are showing, at what time of day, in what cinemas. And what we're finding is it's a much more interesting and relevant way to measure their impact than box office, because we've all seen box offices. It's hard to gauge now. So much stuff goes onto streaming, but this is about opportunities, cultural impact, I think is how we would put it.
I guess I can imagine maybe Sana can also help me with this. Could be useful, for example, if you have schemes in national institutes supporting the distribution of films in other country. I guess this kind of data could also fit in into this, and you can improve the distribution scheme in the institute.
I mean, Sana may want to jump in, but yeah, absolutely. I think the really exciting thing about this is it's real time, so you can log in and see what's happening any day, any time. So you don't have to wait for a sales agent report or a producer's report 6 months later. It's at your fingertips. I'm not suggesting that sales agents don't report on a timely basis, but it's handy. And our other main clients are distributors. They were originally who we designed the product for, but we found that because of the data and so we can use it for many different ways. But distributors like Altitude in the UK, Conche Corriente in, I pronounced that horribly, in Spain, Art House in Norway. We work across the world. We have US clients as well. And yeah, it's a much more, for them, it's a much more cost-effective, more efficient way of marketing their films, and they have this great opportunity to build a direct-to-consumer relationship. And we have different, as I say, lots of different plugins or integrations that we can add. You can have a very simple site, or you can have the VOD player, you can have competitions, you can have integrated cinema ticketing, actually, which is it's a little bit like what the audience agency...
By actually buying a cinema ticket.
Exactly. So we have integrations with the cinemas, and that means that the cinema purchase can happen on your site, which is exciting because then you really, as Chris knows, you can track, you know, that customer journey, and then you have that relationship with the audience.
Any questions from the room or from online audience?
Just steal the mic for a second. There are actually 2 questions from our online audience, but I would read those questions together because they are kind of combined. A more general question to everyone from Jakob. Can audience and business analysis hurt the integrity of an artist's vision of an idea? And the second question from Eva. If public opinion polls can make the producer change the character of the movie hero, where there is a freedom and innovating role of artist? Can an artist think of out of the box if she has to follow analysis?
Well, I'll jump on that last one. I think, yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, I think what Sane and Niels are doing is amazing. It's incredibly innovative. But it is very much, from my understanding, it's about it's about understanding the audience, not telling the creator what to do. It's more of a dialogue, more of a discussion, and it's about understanding, right? I think so. It doesn't limit the creator.
I would completely agree. I was going to say something similar. It's about that two-way thing. It's not about just a filmmaker or a creative just saying, okay, this is what someone has told me what to do. It's about that working together, thinking about the next steps, how we can take that forward and how that can be used as part of the creative process. From that point of view, it's not something that is basically going to amend the creativity, if that's the right way of saying it.
I think it's also important to remember that creative people are doing a lot of research all the time anyways, also before they work with us. So they do study people who are similar to the characters or environment they want to describe, so that they do spend a lot of time researching. This is just another layer that comes from the audience, but we're trying to integrate it into their thinking equally to what they're doing already. So it's more about, as we call it, deliver structured reflections rather than some very specific directions.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, and there's, of course, you know, the risk that some would, you know, see it as recommendations or hardcore recommendation and not as inspiration, and that's why we always, you know, are advocates for the creative team and you know, the intention with the film, because that's not the intention with our scheme, and we don't think that, you know, that the audience can tell creative people how to do their film. It is, you know, filtered through the creatives, but we believe that, you know, audience awareness and audience insights can inspire the creative process.
Thank you. And I think we had last question from the audience.
Edward Poremni, I am actually filmmaker, producer, director. Well, it's not really a question, rather a reflection. I was hearing what you were saying about number of films are overcrowded of market. What is interesting to my perspective from that is that I'm actually releasing now the film, actively looking for sales company, distributors. And the film is international, so I'm doing that through international way. So actually, my reflection is that sales company are actually complaining that they have a lot of products, but not good products. They don't have enough good product that they can work on perspective of international co-production. So there are products, but not good enough to say, oh, we are overcrowded with very good films or series that we don't know what to do. That's not the case. That's what maybe I'm wrong, but that's my impression that I have now from visiting markets and so on, so on, so on. Another reflection I have, you are wonderful people and you know what to do, but as filmmaker, we have still incredibly complex situation to find the right distributor, sales company, niche distributor or niche sales company who will understand what we produce. And this is the main, and of course, a person from marketing. Usually we don't, as independent filmmakers in Europe, we don't have budget for distribution. We don't have budget for marketing. Just simply we don't. An institution, just give us like peanuts to do so. So it's just complex. So we have to find the right person who will understand the film and will understand what we are doing. And usually independent producers are doing niche something. So maybe it would be good to find a way how to facilitate us creators or filmmakers to find those right people and not just go to the market and who is the best? Who will give me more MGO? Who will do this and that? Which doesn't mean at the end that the film will benefit or series will benefit, because maybe this person is better spoken or has better CV or so on and so on. But at the end of the day, the film or series will just stay on the shelves and it will be, really nicely exposed. So I would suggest maybe there is some kind of tools to think about how to facilitate us to find the right people who will pick up the right product for them, because that will be more easy for them as well, if they have something which they were looking for. You are.
I'll ask you to comment, but Edward, if I may, I will say the first step would be to go to their websites and to check their website and to dig in what they were talking about. And I think it's also very, very important for filmmakers to be aware of those new tools and new methods, and not only relying on the marketing people, but also being able to implement the solutions you have into developing your movie. That would be my first response. But of course, could you comment? Would you like to comment?
I mean, just to say, I do, I really understand. I think it's as a producer, writer, director, you're having to position yourself in a B2B environment, and that's traditionally what you've had to do. I think the opportunity is to also engage in the B2C or the D2C process, which can then strengthen your case. If you go to a distributor and you can prove that you've already got an audience for the film, whether that's maybe you've been doing a podcast which it explores the themes of the film or about the making of a film, or there are opportunities there which will elevate your product and make it stand out in the marketplace. But I do understand you need to work with partners and you need to find the right partners. And I think what the gentleman was suggesting was some kind of platform or marketplace where you could match those up, which is an interesting idea.
One more question. We're in time because we started late, I checked, but I guess everybody is hungry. So if you do not have, you have one question. So last question.
Yeah, I have still last question from our online audience. So it's question to Alex from Miguel, who is writing from Ireland. Do you think what you do for national agencies can also be considered a reaction to the lack of information streamers share about their audiences? I mean, in a sense of trying to democratize the information collected from audiences.
Yes, absolutely. I think Sana, if she's still here, might have something else to say about that, because they've been working on something very interesting at the DFI in that respect. But I think she may have gone. But yes, absolutely. I think for national film agencies, the challenge now is how to measure success. That's the big challenge, and we hopefully have provided a solution which can play a part in that.
Thank you so much. It was very, very interesting. I think you feel inspired and intrigued. Please go Google them and check their website. There are many, many more, much more details, and they are very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all right.
Welcome after the break. Yes, I hope this was, like energizing one. So now we welcome on virtual stage Paul Reith, who will talk about methods and tools of reaching the audience. So Paul, the floor is yours.
You hear me good? I guess that's a yes. Otherwise, I suppose you will tell me. So let me start. So for the invitation, I believe that events like this are really important, that we talk about the visibility and the attention for films much more, and that we create frameworks like this one where we can exchange our points and thoughts and ideas and perspectives on ways how films can attract an audience. And I have the feeling that we have many frameworks where films are developed, where scripts are developed, where we have producers who get financing advices and they can pitch their project and all that. But I don't believe that there's enough framework for the question, how do we actually give exposure and attention to films? So thank you for making this possible, and thanks for inviting me. So I would like to introduce myself quickly. And since we only have 45 minutes, this will be a very short one. So my name is Paul Reed. I'm a consultant and project manager in the field of audience development / audience design. We will see what's the difference in a second. Crowdfunding and social media marketing. Since 2018, I'm the tutor for audience design in the Torino Film Lab Feature Lab and for the Audience Design Fund. And I also do lectures, workshops like this one, and I do this here in Berlin and also Europe and also worldwide. And this brought me as far as Sub-Sahara Africa, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya. And it was an amazing experience to talk to filmmakers there and to create some kind of energy, how they can not only alternatively finance their films, but also gain distribution and visibility. And I also own a small company called Get Your Crowd, and we are a small agency here based in Berlin, and we do strategies, campaign, and also content. And I believe that makes us a bit special because we we combine both worlds, because I believe that it always has to go together. As soon as you create a strategy, it's always the question, but how do we get the content to implement the strategy? And I believe to deliver this at the same time is can be really helpful, and it can save a lot of time and money. And this is just a little side note. In 2015, I released a book called Doc and Crowd, and that was pretty much the foundation for all my endeavors in this field, because I investigated the German documentary film industry and I compared traditional ways to finance and distribute with new methods like crowdfunding, VOD, and social media marketing. And the number I'm most proud of are these 40 libraries where you can now find this, knowledge. Unfortunately, just in German until now. So what is a big agenda of me being here and me working in this field? In the end, it's very simple. I believe that films not, and let's say the bigger understanding of film, that can be short films, it can be a series, that can be visual content to make this field a bit bigger, are made to be seen. And I have the feeling that we need to work on this, because especially when we are looking at the cinema admissions of feature films, independent and art house films, it's very sad most of the times, and I think that needs to be changed. And I believe that an endeavor like the approach of audience building and audience design can really help to at least create strategies and methods and tools and campaigns to help these rather difficult titles, because they are not made for a mainstream audience, and they don't have a marketing budget which is as big as a production budget as it is in Hollywood blockbuster movie. So audience building and its elements. For me, audience building means that we need to take into consideration who we are dealing with, and we are dealing with humans. That means that we need to have a sociological perspective on them. So that means, and I somehow developed this more and more within the last years, because I studied media and communication and sociology, that I believe that the need and the use and the potential of qualitative and quantitative research methods are really essential. Why? Because they give us the big chance to pretty much find out about our audience and study how society, communities, lifestyles, and habits work. So for that, we can do, and we can use rather common methodologies like interviews, observation, and also one-to-one meetings. Why is that important? Because I believe we are in this challenge of understanding our audience and usually look at them from a far distance. And usually that creates a lot of problems because we don't really understand how they speak, where they hang out, what their habits are in real life, but also in social media. So I believe we need to have an interaction with them. There's a new agency based in Leipzig. They are owned by the public broadcaster in Germany, ZDF. And for example, what they do is that they, for every project they are approached, usually it is by this public broadcaster, they go into the field and they do research interviews with the target groups. And if it is something, for example, for Funk, which is a new digital arm of the broadcaster, they have a target group between 18 to 29. They do these interviews and they find out what these audiences want, what they're interested in, how they speak, what kind of humor they have, what they wear, also to give this back to the production in order to create a film and a setting which is real, because I believe that's also a big struggle we're having when it comes to originality of certain fields. So meeting them, talking to them, understanding them. Trend analysis in this field can also help to identify new trends and movements. And in the end, for me, that's like really important that we give our audience ownership in the project. In social media terms, we would call this a social media takeover, that they pretty much see themselves in the project and that they can also observe this field from their own perspective. So now, how can this be done, or what could be one tool? Of course, I have a certain bias because I'm an audience designer, but I believe what the audience design approach is doing is pretty much on the forefront, at least of the European film industry. So Torino Film Lab, as we know, it's a world-famous script and project development program, first implemented this audience design approach in the training and funding initiative originally this approach and this model and this mindset, how they call it, was established by Valeria Richter and Lena Thiele, who not only established this, but also developed and brought up this approach. And since now 9 years already, they are trying this approach at different stages of the development, production, and distribution stage. What I'm doing there, for example, within Feature Lab every year, I have the big privilege of being the tutor there, and I work with 10 projects every year. And that means that I sit together with writer and director and think about and talk about their story from the audience perspective. And what makes it so interesting that we usually come up with perspectives and also an understanding and a shift of perspective in the end towards a project which is usually a bit different from those who have usually been working on this project for a few years. And sometimes I'm reading scripts that have the 13th version already. So to be this person or this inspiration to look from a different makes it really interesting for me, and it's usually a winning and a pretty amazing experience for both sides. It's usually at this strategy development, this analyzes at the first part, because it's a script development project, so it's not about implementing any strategies, it's more about making this mindset understandable and opening this playful toolbox for the project. So I brought a few small slides about audience design. So this is us. This is my amazing colleague Greta Nordio and myself, together with the writer and director and producer of the amazing film Land Imagine, the winner of Locarno, where we are sitting together and we are pretty much brainstorming everything around this project, which then resonated in a strategic paper, which is then used for the distribution in all the territories of the film. What is audiences? Process of creating audience awareness and engagement around the film from an early stage of development. It definitely is no rocket science, but the perspective is still very new. And what me and my colleagues are doing is that we are pretty much lobbying for this methodology and for this openness between producers and writers, directors, that we as audience designers can be a benefit for your project. And what I believe is really important is that we are never trying to push any of you into any directions. We don't want to market your film in any field which is not yours. We are there to help you, to be a bit of the analyzers, the strategists, maybe also the analytical perspective on your project. And it always starts with the question of what you want to achieve, and that becomes the big agenda. I'm happy to share this this publication with you. So maybe you can take a snap of the QR code. It gets you directly to the download of the Audience Design Handbook, where you find all the information, because again, it's about spreading the word and it's about spreading the agenda of audience design. Just a quick look into one of the parts of the audience design tool set. What the audience design is trying to do is that it's trying to look for touch points at all different elements of your project. And of course, when we are looking at the story, we are mainly looking at characters, topics, themes, elements, styles, and genre, and factual background, which we can find in the story. So usually these scripts are read 2, if not 3 times, with different perspectives. The audience designer puts him or herself into, and then it becomes the foundation for the conversation, that you really know the project and that you really know the story. And then you see that all other elements on the right side are also really important stakeholders for the project. So sound design, set design, but also financiers, local market, location, but also the team, production company, distributor, co-producer, writers, directors, and other partners. They all become pretty much touch points to different audiences. And to find this out of the project, out of the story, is pretty much one of the big agendas of the audience designer. Another tool we like to work with is our personas. Personas are a pretty nice tool to understand and further identify our audience, because the more we understand our audience, the better. So instead of saying our target group, for example, is Singaporean male, 18 to 35 years old and working, as this is one of the examples of our strategy for Land Imagine, we would turn this into an actual character, which is Yiling, born and raised in Singapore, 33 years old, talking about his communication channels and his habits, his interests, his daily routines, his circles, his social environment, his favorite films, his cinema habits, because there was an agenda to see how we can get Jean Ling into the cinema. And in the end, it was becoming a bit of a movie date night, where he is approached by the amazing comeback of Peter Yu, who's the main actor in this film, and wants not to miss out on this opportunity to watch this film, which is becoming a bit of the talk of the town, and he wants to impress his girlfriend with his artistic sensibility. So what you see here is that we turn a rather broad overview over a certain target group into someone concrete. Of course, out of this 18 to 35 years old, we can do multiple personas. So this is just one approach. For the European distribution, we have this rather wide audience, and then we turn this into Gabrielle, 52 years old secondary teacher from Paris. So, since we are looking for concrete touch points, how to connect to this person, it is absolutely necessary to understand their lifestyle and their daily routines and habits. But careful, because I'm running a seminar at the moment for the film school in Babelsberg in Potsdam, together with a lady who's taking care of this the digital program of our public broadcaster and their VOD platform. And what we came up with, discussing this with our students, is that they usually try to create a persona which is a wishful version of someone. And that's why I would suggest that you combine the persona building with interviews, and that you have a proper foundation, a fact-based foundation, who this persona is, and link it to real persons. That, I think, gives you a lot of security and a lot of stability in the creation of this person. Now, because that's a bit of a special approach I have within my colleagues, is because I'm involved within the crowdfunding scene since 2011. That's when the first crowdfunding platforms came up here in Germany, which were all pretty much copies of Indiegogo and Kickstarter. Running quite a variety of campaigns. I'm still very convinced by the methodology and also the tool crowdfunding. Why is that? Because it's usually misunderstood as only a funding tool, which I think it's wrong. And that's why I want to show you what's the benefit and how you can also use this as a film producer. But first of all, let's say what it is not, because I'm aware that there are many obstacles and we should not put all our expectations and hope and wishes into this tool. So it's definitely not the solution to all the problems of the film industry. It is not the chance to raise budgets as high as from investors or financial institutions. Since we are here in Europe, it's all centered around this soft money of these institutions. Private investors are very unlikely, which I believe is something, a potential where we are missing out, because especially as an audience strategist, as soon as you can highlight what audiences could be interested in a title and also can do market research and show that this potential is there, that we can actually attract this audience, I think there is potential for private investors. Again, my colleague from the TV station, for them, it's essential that you also as producer, that you have an audience strategy, at least a rough outline, what you want to do, who you want to reach, and what are the benefits for all the parties involved coming with it. So in the end, it's also a sales argument for you producers out there who don't have this in mind yet. It is not an easy endeavor which can be done on the side. So crowdfunding is a full-time job. And it is not possible if you're not open to think outside the box. I was just mentioning the funding structure. There are new skills necessary, and there needs to be a new perspective on communicating your title at a early stage. And of course, it's not asking stupid people for free money. But what do I find really amazing about this tool and this method? It is because it is combining a lot of really valuable things. So of course we are talking about alternative finance. It's not, how we say in German, bedingt rückzahlbares Darlehen. So it's no money that you need to pay back in terms or in case you make profit with your title. It's money which you make and which you can keep. When we are talking about the reward-based crowdfunding, like on the American platforms, Indiegogo and Kickstarter, on German platforms like Startnext and Remake It, like on Polish platforms like Polak Potrafi, for example. So financing, of course, it's a key number one. But then we have a feedback, the use of a feedback channel at an early stage. So what happened in the past is people were reaching out to producers saying, hey, I'm working on a similar title. I would like to have a conversation with you. Others are saying, hey, we want to reach out to you because we think it's a really important topic. Others said, I would like to support you, but I got no money, but I'm a sound designer and I'm happy to contribute my skills and my time and my dedication to your project. So in the end, it is also a tool and a method to gather crowdsourcing around your project. Why? Because you give the people the chance to reach out to you. I'm sure many of you producers, you have your website, and then you have a little area where you say our titles and our productions and finished and distributed and also in production and in development. So you would share a bit what your project is about, but there would be never any kind of call to action, why people should reach out to you, what you are looking for. So to make it some kind of open. It's usually just, hey, we are working on this project, but this stays in the black box. So whenever we are done, we will let you know. But it's usually not the approach of, hey, let's do this together. So the approach of crowdfunding is very different. Marketing and communication, that's essential. Your crowdfunding campaign is not going to run unless you communicate properly. That means that you need to define who your audience is and you need to reach out. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So for me, crowdfunding is a bit, it's a tricky one, but it's maybe also a bit of a trap which I use as a tool, because for me it is audience building with a financial back channel. That's how I always say. In order to get additional financing, you need to understand and also reach out to your audience, because otherwise it's not going to happen. So in the end, it's also a storytelling tool. And then it's distribution. So it can be used also already to fill up the bumps in the seat in the cinema. It can be for DVD, digital release, and so on. Of course, that needs to be agreed on with the world sales and potential distributors if you want to do it bigger. So it is the distribution. So this combination of elements that you combine all these things in one tool, in one campaign, I think it's pretty amazing. That's why I still like it a lot. What's really important is that we start early. There's a graphic from the audience design handbook, which you will find when you had a look at the PDF I just shared. It shows nicely and also sadly when films connect to the audience, because this is usually at the stage where the funding, the distribution starts, festival run, then usually theatrical, and then TV and streaming due to the funding laws, at least in Germany. We have this distribution chain. I know things are changing now, but still this is a bit of the old school model. And what I always find interesting is when this goes down, we are really missing quite a bit of our audience, because there is this public awareness around the title, which is going through the B2B circle, I would say, industry screenings, festivals, and so on. And now it goes down because the distribution takes forever and sometimes never even happens. So this is when public interest is pretty much not taken seriously. So interest goes down, and then we try to build it up in a really tough way. So I believe this is itself, our industry itself, it's making it very problematic and difficult, and also challenging to reach our audience. So now what does the audience design approach got to offer? Pretty much starting early. So that you pretty much think about your audience at script stage already, the development and financing. I always say you have the script, but you at the same time have your audience design strategy, which is open. As soon as you change something here, it also changes the audience and the marketing and communication and potential partners and so on. So this can be developed at a rather early stage. And the hope is that as soon as distribution hits, we pretty much have a demand of our audience already saying, hey, you took us on the whole journey. We have been part of this whole development and production and post-production process, because you have been telling us about this project. There were discussions around it. You even asked us maybe, so there was interaction. So you took us serious. So we believe this title is a bit of us on the big screen. So then there would be this public interest of people waiting for the title. So that's the idea. And I believe there's a lot of potential which we can still use in order to use the audience building as a part of storytelling, how we create a story world instead of just saying, this is our title and this is our 100-minute linear film, but there are biographies of our characters, there are dresses, there are locations, there are story angles, there are side characters, there are locations, there's so much to play with, and usually I have the feeling that this is not even used at all so far. So I would like to continue now, and so what you need to make sure is that you need for this process the whole crew. So that means these design sessions and audience design is just one lead hand. But of course, we can also call this audience building, and I also called myself an audience strategist. So there is no trademark on this term. The wonderful thing is that with this audience design approach, we have like a foundation. We have certain elements which were thought through already. There are a specific line art processes which is there already, running order pretty much. But this is still only a framework. So for all of you who are interested in it, like Valeria and Lena told me, this is our first step to put this onto paper. But now it's on us to create and also adjust this up to every project and every demand. But in the end, it's a creative process, and it's a creative space for a collaborative, playful, respectful, and also safe space where we have the chance or need to have the chance to leave our comfort zone. Just a second. Nee, ich brauche noch einen Moment. Ich bin hier. Das muss ein anderer. Okay, alles klar. All right. So let's talk about communication, PR, and marketing, because whatever we are doing here after every strategy, after every audience design consultancy, every point where we create pretty much a plan how we reach out, we go back to pretty much traditional communication. So what you have there in terms of communication, PR, press work, marketing, social media storytelling, and online marketing is pretty much the tools that we are using to roll out our audience design strategy. Why? Because these are the channels and the ways to the audience. So there is never some secret element in it. It's always a big question: who is our audience and how can we reach them? And of course, our audience, which is 60 plus, we are very unlikely to find on TikTok. Then we have remote audiences, and of course we will not be able to attract them by big poster campaigns in big capitals. But there are ways how we can use social media, and of course also online marketing. There have been quite some presentation about this now for the last a couple of years, that there are companies focusing on online marketing activities for the film industry, which is nothing new because that's how the internet works and that's how the social web. But in the end, it is really easy also for you as with, for example, the Facebook Ad Manager to exactly target who you want to approach and to also reach out and play advertisement to them exactly. We all have heard about the big scandals of the elections and stuff where this was pretty much abused in order to create some political change. And then I would like to just do a quick remark that we can learn from documentaries and their amazing impact campaigns. So it is pretty much also a lobbying on the other side, on the documentary producer side, for the aspect of impact producing, which means that we have someone who's taking the central message of the film and creates a campaign around this agenda and this core need and demand of the movement next to this documentary film. So I've just been part of a weekend workshop with an amazing colleague of mine, Vivian Schröder, her name is, she's also Berlin-based, and she is part of this Doc Society, which is this great, amazing organization which is trying to push audience into the broader public. They have such a variety of case studies already where documentary film topics really created impact with a perfect strategy going next to it. Thank You for the Rain in East Africa is one example where this where the farmer who was lacking the harvest because the soil is so dry now was built a dam around the region, and now the farming is possible again. So I believe this also that interaction between film and its agenda and also NGOs and their agenda can be played with so much more and so much more interactively and combined. One other example is Virunga, and I'm aware this is like a really top shelf example. The film itself had a 1 million euro budget, and the impact campaign itself had a 1.5 million euro budget, and they had great ambassadors like Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm aware of this, but in the end, they managed to get this national park free of these of the big company, of the big oil company. And what I really like is the way how they designed their case studies and how they highlight their achievements. And what you can see there is that the theatrical distribution, it's usually just one of the of a few elements, and you can see that sometimes getting people in the cinema would not be the first and biggest agenda. It can be so many other things. Impact screening, for example, local screening, tools to bring like the titles really to those where it matters. Sunshine Cinema, for example, in South Africa is doing an amazing job around this. And then my last point would be that there are experts who are there and happy to help. So there now is quite a variety of professionals from different parts of the world who have been going through this process of Torino Film Lab, learning the profession of audience design, coming from a variety of backgrounds, communication, distribution, festivals, but also production, who have different approaches to help you and your project and help you to reach out and to first create a strategy, but also happy to then implement this together with partners usually. So Torino Film Lab would be a good and great starting point to reach out, but whoever you can find online and also within this framework, I think there are beautiful connections possible. And yeah, that's so much from my side. I would like to thank you for your attention and your openness. Of course, I'm happy if you get in touch with us as well. And I'm also happy if there are now questions. I'm happy to answer if I'm able to, but also you can reach out to me via email or social media, of course. Yeah, and that was it. Unfortunately, I have to run pretty soon, but we can have a quick conversation if you want and if your time schedule allows us to. Thank you.
For this presentation. I guess it was a very inspiring one. And now it's the last point of today's conference. So I welcome Anna Ewa Dziedzic again on stage, together with all our speakers. So Ania. So yes, Eleni and Boris, please join us on stage.
Hello. I think we're still waiting for 3 more people online. Here they are. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. We can hear you as well. Great. So we try to manage 3 people on the screen, 2 people in the room. I would like all of you to introduce yourself a bit later, but now I'm gonna tell the room and you how it will look like. This session will be a bit different because the previous one was more structured because we have more technical details, and here we would like to have more free conversation. And the idea is to talk, to go through the stages of the life of a film, starting from development and finishing on distribution. And because all of you have different and not so different perspectives, but as experts, as sales agents, and as a agency, marketing agency owners, workers. So it would be really helpful to know what do you think. And I guess I would like to also say that we have in the room and online not only people who are actually producing or making films, but also people being part of the film industry, like distributors, cinema owners, or people who run the cinemas. So it would be also useful to get some insight not only on B2C communication, but also B2B. Because as it was shown in pandemic, it's not always about marketing the movies, but it occurred that we also have to market the cinemas sometimes. So that's the starting point, and at the end, I think I would like to also tackle the quite important subject, which is challenge. And I was just recently talking to somebody about that. Where we can learn that. So if we can talk a little more about possibilities that are existing in the film industry, where we can get marketing and promotion knowledge from. Because I guess it's pretty obvious. If you're a producer, you go to ACE or you go to AVE. If you are a screenwriter, you go to Torino. But if you are a marketing person, what do you do? So that's the plan, that's the idea. And if you could start, I think we'll start with people on screen. Gabriel De Bortoli, L'Aventura Studio. Would you like to tell us a little more about what are you doing on daily basis, what are you focusing on, and on which stages of the development of the film you are engaged in?
Okay. So can you hear me well? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Gabriel, and I'm working for this agency called L'Aventura Studio. That we built this agency like 4 years ago. So we are working with French distributor for French film released. We are creating content, original content like teasers, short teasers for social networks, but as well as interviews, like a vox pop at the end of the screenings, and red carpet videos. It all depends on what want the distributor. So this is a B2C strategy, but we also work with international sales companies in Venice, Berlin, in Cannes or San Sebastian, depends on the festival. When the sales agent need to launch a film, we are creating content as well, red carpet, vox pop, short teasers. And so this is a B2B strategies. So we have these two side of what we do in the agency. So French release and film launching in festivals.
Okay, great, thank you. And then we have Nicolo Gallio, who is marketing and communication consultant. Nicolo?
Hello, do you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So thanks again for having me. It's really a privilege, and I absolutely commend this kind of forum because finally we can have a full day focus on the topic that we all care about, which is not just a side panel in between many other film topics activities that usually happens. So briefly, what I usually do is I'm a marketing communication consultant. I'm a freelance, and this means that I work for many different clients in many different situations. I work either hands-on in marketing communication campaigns, especially for social media, with small teams or with partners such as Alpha Panda, film marketing agency that is based in Berlin, for which I am a researcher and strategist. Or I work within development framework like the Mediterranean Film Institute or IDM in South Tyrol or many others. And within that context, I do training activities and workshop, and it's much more hands-on, working with filmmakers, writers, directors, starting to think about their audience and potential marketing activities very early on at script stage. And then I work with distributors when it's time to really put the film into the market. Again, it's much more social media campaigns for them, either small independent filmmaker and producer and distributors, or for release of even blockbuster for especially Italian market in this instance. But I usually tend to work internationally anyway. So my activities within the Italian market are probably 20% of what I usually do. And depending on the time when you ask what I do, it can be pretty much different. For these weeks, it's actually much more workshop oriented. Other times it's hands-on campaigns that are happening at the moment. I also do activities within industries, but also with universities in terms of teaching activities and training and workshop as well. I totally share what Paul has just said, because I am an audience designer trainee. I've been doing that in the past few years, and I was actually within Torino Film Lab audience design framework it was 2012, actually, the second years. And so that is where my audience-oriented activity started to take the shape of a proper method. And before that, I was working in PR, so communication agencies that had a PR, let's say, angle, also for film marketing activities and for film festivals. So back in the day, I started to work within the film industry for PR activities, actually. But I also work outside of the film industry, so that is always when I can provide example of audience-centric approaches that are not coming from our beloved industry that have been doing for so many years. And back in the day when I started to work within the film industry exclusively, I was always surprised that the film industry didn't have any sort of clue about audience at all. Whereas in other industries that I work with, it was the first essential step, and anything that was related to creating communication activities was based on proper research, even books written about the audience for this specific or that specific industry. So I'm pretty much interested into what my colleagues has as a background, because the main difference that I noticed when I started to films is that no one had the clueless idea about their target audience, whereas coming from other products and services, that was the main core to have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can we move to Julia Short, who is also a marketing expert, but also is running International Screen Institute in Vienna?
Hi, I guess everybody can hear me. Usually people can hear me without a telephone, so I'm guessing everybody can still hear me. I'm very interested because I came into the film industry via a big advertising agency where I had to market goods. I did Alfa Romeo cars, Johnny Walker whiskey, and a number of cigarette brands. And I think I completely agree. In any other industry, it's really the audience and the communication message is really, really defined. And when I then joined the film industry, was kind of slightly staggered that discipline wasn't it wasn't structured within the film industry. So that's the beginning, and now I'm going to go to the end, and then I'm going to go back again. So I hope it's not too confusing. So I currently am head of studies at the International Screen Institute in Vienna, which is where I am as we speak. We are delivering an audience design lab course in a couple of weeks' time, and are using audience designers that have trained at the Torino Film Lab. So we're taking projects that are at development stage, where they're at script stage, and then taking them through a 3-day workshop, which will have a follow-up a few months later. So as I come from a marketing and publicity background, and that's my experience in the film industry, it's something that's very close to my heart and something that I've worked on to develop. So kind of going back is I also work as an independent consultant on marketing and publicity, because I've spent more years than probably most of you have been on this earth doing marketing and publicity of films. I again work with filmmakers at a very early stage, going through their script, working out how many days they should have the unit photographer on set, what social media assets they might need, coming up with the target audience. So it's kind of very granular, and it's to empower the filmmakers and the film teams to take it on board and to think about it. For them to, because you don't know whether it's, sometimes when you get involved with films as a freelancer, you don't know whether they're going to release it themselves, or they're going to have a local distributor, or are they going to go to a sales company. So it's, as you said earlier, is understanding that there are probably 2 target audiences for every film. One is the business side. So whether your buyer might actually be a financier, it might be your local film fund, it might be a sales company, as opposed to the consumer who is buying tickets to the film, or is buying a transactional deal on a VOD platform. So I think I don't want to talk about it too much, because I'm sure that there'll be questions, we'll be discussing this later. But I think the thing that I have found interesting in my career is I've worked on a number of films that on paper were very hard to market. I did the first Trainspotting film in 1996, which was about a bunch of heroin addicts. I did Reservoir Dogs, Quentin Tarantino's first film, which was exceptionally violent, and we had problems with censorship. So I love challenges. I like working on films that on paper, I did Yorgos Lanthimos's Dogtooth, which is basically a comedy about child abuse. That's not a very easy sell. And somebody would probably argue that it's not a comedy. So I think what I find amazingly challenging in the industry is we quite often come across projects that on paper might not seem a really easy sell and easy to define who the audience is. But if you spend time and effort looking at it, that you can actually come up with the right assets to promote the film.
Thank you. I hope we can tackle on that a little more later, because I guess the biggest challenge always is how to sell a small independent film for example, small Eastern European country, because if you have a budget of Netflix or budget of big Hollywood studio, that seems to be less problematic. Can we move to Ulani? Heretic boutique agency from Greece.
Hi. Okay. This is Eleni. I'm here representing Heretic. It's an Athens-based boutique film house. So we basically produce and sell films worldwide. So sometimes the production team just collaborates with us, the sales team, or we work on different projects independently. So sometimes, as a person who handles marketing and communication for our films, I sometimes start working on a film very early, like in development, script, and sometimes later on when I actually have a film that I actually watch and I can create stuff. So what I do is like I watch a film, I basically try to trace like 3, 4 like key elements of the film that they can actually work on the positioning and for a target audience that I have to identify at some point. And I kind of see myself as a translator, let's say, like trying to translate the language of the producer and the director who actually create a film, and the language that the market, the buyers, the distributors kind of speak, because sometimes there is a gap with how the director or the producer talks about the film, and there are buyers that want something different. So I kind of feel like I'm the link between the two. That's how I see my work.
Putting them on the same page.
kind of like that, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. And Boris, Boris Punia, who is our trailer expert.
Trailer, yeah, I edit trailer, but I also worked a lot in distribution. I even started as a movie theater manager and then distribution as a head of marketing for Le Pacte, which is a French distributor. And it's been like 5 or 6 years that I am a marketing consultant, and I also edit trailers.
And you have some experience with a marketing workshop as well, where you are one of the leaders.
And First Cut Plus and others, yeah.
Yeah, I'm focusing on that because later I'm going to ask questions, so
yeah, okay.
Just to make it clear. So actually, this question was on the screen before the previous presentation, but I want to ask all of you how early to start and how late is too late. So I guess. You know, the simple answer is as early as you can. But I would like you to tell us a little more about particular stages. Where do you think it's worth to do stuff? And did you have any experiences that you didn't pick up the project, or you walk away from the project because of the schedule, you know, clashes and bad timing? I guess we can start with Gabriel.
Yeah. I have a story to tell you if you want. For instance, in Cannes, I was engaged on different films. I had 2 films with Film Boutique, for instance, a sales company based in Berlin. The film was Pacifiction by Albert Serra, was in competition. So we knew quite late that the film was in competition, but we knew that a film of Albert Serra was ready. But the film actually was not ready at all to work on the film, to edit teasers, to work on good materials. And I think I had a version who I can work on it like maybe a week before the festival start, a week, 5 days. So and it's super late because you want to tease before that. You want to tease. You want to show some stuff, some photos, very early. And for that case, it was a bit late, but we could manage. So that's why I prefer. I mean, when I was, I really need to have the film like a month before a festival, or it's super important to have time to work on it, to have a storytelling, to work on it, to have a positioning on the film. But sometimes in festival, when the film are not ready, or especially in Cannes, it's all the time a rush, and you have to work like a week before the festival starts.
A week?
Yeah, a week. It's awful.
Okay, and I thought I was late. Okay, Nicola, can you share some of your experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I suppose I had the same experience for theatrical release, that distributor was reaching out 1 week before the theatrical release, and this is just suicide. In terms of doing anything, I mean, you can rush a bit of advertising and that's it. But if you have any different ideas in terms of how to engage an audience, that is too late, absolutely. Whereas my ideal situation is a script level, script stage. Let's say you can even work on treatment basis, but if it's fleshed out in a treatment, is not as specific as if it's script, of course, then the script can change it so many times, but still a full draft is its ideal situation to start having conversation. And especially if you plan to have B2B activities, I would say that is absolutely the case. Script stage is fantastic. You can do so many things in terms of identification of the audience and also marketing opportunities, especially for B2B events. And I would also say this is very critical as a stage because you are beginning to shop around your project in a very delicate moment. And this is very interesting to me because when you are still in the place of you are trying to understand what you want to do with your story as a filmmaker or a writer, in terms of identification, the core of the story, the main themes, and where you want to go with some of the characters, you are also very often, if you apply for funding, for example, asked specifically to have marketing ideas and audience ideas in place. It's on the basic form that you have to complete to apply for funding, for example, for many initiatives and public funding as well. And so you have to strike a balance in between what you are still trying to achieve artistically, which is in transition, and what you are supposed to know about later stages in terms of marketing and audience development. And so that is very much an exciting phase to me to work on. And this is also where a lot of problems can be tackled very early on, which means you can have solution for later stages well in place. Anything else? I don't usually refuse projects, even if they are kind of problematic, because it's very much exciting to work on those. I only refuse project if I am super busy. And so the problem is when people try to reach out to me and they are super in a hurry and my agenda is totally full and I just have to turn them out and maybe recommend to other professionals to work with just because there is no time to work together. But yeah, other than that, things that can go wrong are related, for example, when you have social media campaign and you have particular titles with either themes or topics that are sensitive and that you can't exploit them on platforms that have so many restrictions in terms of whatever that you can think about, from war to drugs to sensitive child abuse and stuff like that. You cannot just go with a film like that online without having a strategy, because otherwise you're gonna just receive bans over bans on your social media profile, for example. So this is something that has to be carefully planned out in advance.
Okay, great. Julia, would you like to add something?
Yeah. Well, I think I'm just going to slightly repeat what everybody else has said. I think the thing that I have found really advantageous is working with most of the people I've worked with are writer-directors, but working with the writer-directors and producers at script stage, for them to discuss with me who they think the audience is, and that we both have an honest conversation and agree, kind of going back to what somebody said before, is agree the positioning. So I think Eleni said is making sure that they understand how you might sell it as a distributor as opposed to how they might articulate it. And it's not that you're necessarily it's not that you're not saying the same thing, it's just you're probably saying it differently. So I mean, in an ideal situation, you do it early at kind of late stage development. When I ran my own distribution company, we would never release anything unless we had a 12-week run-in. So from taking full delivery to releasing it, we would never do it in less than 3 months, because the type of films that we had, and this is you going back to your Eastern European low budget films, is if you've got a really low budget, well, not a low budget film, but you've got a very limited P&A budget, what you don't have is you can't throw money at it. What you have to do is put a lot of man hours into it. and you have to do screenings, and you have to do interviews, and you have to pitch articles, and you have to be smart and creative about it. And just from personal experience, we found that 12 months was the shortest. I mean, of course you can do it in a week. You're just not going to do a very good job in a week. We all felt that we could do a really good job if we had 12 weeks, as I said, from full delivery. So that would be allow some time to cut digital assets, and we might recut a trailer if we don't particularly like the trailer that's been offered to us. So yeah, so some of them can be 18 months in advance because you might be having meetings about the script at late stage development, and it might be, and as I said, my preference is to have a decent length of time to put all your assets together and to do a decent social media campaign. But it's not just social media, it's, you know, there are so many other, you might need to find partners, you might need to find sponsors for a screening program. So it's kind of putting all of those other parts of the campaign into place as well.
Okay. I want to add something from experience. So I have to agree with the rest. Like when we board the film in a script stage, it's always also very creative for us. So sometimes I actually, you know, start positioning the film, and then I get a few ideas on similar films or nice ideas for the poster. And when I think about that, we help the producers have a good set photographer to take the right photos of the characters so we can actually create something nice later on, because it's been the case that we had a few films that they were really nice, but we got them like as a finished product. And we had so many great ideas about a poster, but there wasn't, like the protagonist had no good portrait. We couldn't use it on a poster. So we turned out to just make tons of drafts and just change kind of like all the creative ideas that we had with what we had at the moment. So sometimes when we board a film on a script stage, we can identify like interesting images, interesting scenes. So we can actually tell the set photographer like, oh, be there on this scene and this scene and this scene. So you can actually take nice photos of every single thing. So it can actually work very well for us afterwards to have materials to work with.
And to have something that it's really useful, and you know you will lose it. You will use it. Yeah, I guess that's the problem. Like speaking from the Polish experience, that is an issue still, that you get a film, but you do not get any materials because nobody thought about taking stills, or simply they didn't have budget to hire a photographer, because that's also sometimes the case. They know, but they cannot afford it. And also, Boris, if you would like to add something to this topic.
I think everybody agrees with what you said, that you need to have set photographers and to think of all the different positioning for the movie, so you will be able to choose after the shooting. But you need to think of your strategy before the shooting, for sure. Of course, we all can release a movie in 1 month and it will be badly done. And of course, I discovered also with the COVID, as we didn't distribute any movie on the French market, I started to work with producer before shooting and even before the script was written. And it turns out that we really can help in terms, I speak about script writing, like there is no clear frontier between marketing and script writing, because we have the experience of, let's say, hundreds of movies that we have been released, and marketing is about storytelling. We tell story to audience through a poster, through a trailer, but we've been analyzing hundreds and hundreds of releases, and when we read the script, we can say, if you keep your script this way, you will work 5 years on your movie, and at the end it will not work because of this character or because of this situation. And I know what do you want to say truly deeply, and then you can say the same thing, but modifying this character or this situation, the audience will identify more, will have empathy with the characters, and will accept to go on the trip with you. So really for me it was the discovery of this, that there is no frontier with development, and we can give you input to help you to develop the script, because we have this experience of storytelling and to understand the state of mind of the audience.
Okay, so let's dig in some deeper. Which tool, like starting from you, Boris, now, what tool do you find the most effective? I know it depends on the film, but like which is the one you cannot live with and do your job without?
A tool.
A tool, like a marketing tool. Is it like, you know, I don't know, social media, or like a trailer, or like, you know, it's like, which one is the most important for you?
To convince the audience, or for me to work?
To bring the audience to the cinema, yeah.
Oh, the trailer would be the main tool. But I guess analyzing the market every week and the data and the box office really helps you with the years to understand how the audience is structured, and then you create the material according to your knowledge that you had from analyzing box office. And I would really recommend to the producers to do a kind of exercise, because as distributors, we kind of work like on 20 movies every year, but as producer, maybe you have 2 movies every year. So, and exhibitors, they have 200 movies every year, okay. So exhibitors, they really have a very fine understanding of their own audience, local audience, okay. But what I did when I started this job was to try to estimate the box office of, let's say, 3 or 4 movies every week. And then to have a rational approach of every movies, and then you start to say, okay, what is the subject, what are the actors, what is the box office abroad, how is the press, how is the, does it have a lot of screening, cinemas, was the campaign good or not? And then you have a very rational approach, and if you do this for 3 or 4 movies every week, then after 1 year, you will have this expertise about 200 movies, and you will have a much deeper understanding of the market. Because as a producer, you have not enough project to study, and your experience will be based on too few projects. So you have to look deeper into the reality of the box office and why people choose this movie and not this one. This one with the same subject did much better, etc. So I would say that the analysis of the audience.
So keeping up with the market and tracking the data.
Yeah, and also, for example, you have data regarding the age of the audience. In France, for the audience for independent movie, art house movie, are 50 plus. And it is something that you know when you work on this kind of movie, but when you see the data, it's really like scary almost. Like, for example, Parasite by Bong Joon-ho had the Golden Palm. It's 71% 50 plus. Okay. Wow. So it's really, you need to go deep into this information to understand how you're going to produce the content to convince them, because you need to know who you're talking to. You think you're talking to a 25-year-old audience, and in fact, you're talking to a retired English teacher. So you need to know all this. And I have an example in mind, which was a film called Divine, a French movie. I don't remember the Young Tiger or something, the international title. It was written, it was a story of 20 years girls in the Parisian suburbs. It was written for the young audience. The director thought they would have a young audience. And at the end, they have 60% of over 50-year-old audience, because it's an independent movie that goes in art house cinema where the audience is older. So I'm sure that the director considered it as maybe as a failure in terms of audience. But I'm pretty sure also that when this same movie went on platforms, on Netflix, it found the young audience. But we don't have this information. We don't have the data regarding the audience. And it would be very interesting to compare the audience for the same movie according to where it is screened. And I think the platforms will never give us the information, but we need to find a solution, just like for TV, where you can study because they have a box on their TV and you have a sample of 1,000 families. We should do the same thing to know who is watching these movies on the platforms, because by comparing with the audience of the movie theater, we will learn a lot. Okay.
To know more about how it's shifting.
Yeah.
Right. I think like we mentioned something at the previous panel that the Danish Film Institute is trying to gather the data like outside of the system, not from the streamers, but kind of picking it by hand, which is of course very difficult and time consuming. So can we move from here, because I see that we can move in some directions, but for sure I would like to ask you the question connected with what you, Boris, said. The right targeting, which also is connected with the right platform and right technology. How important for you is like keeping up with the new platforms, with the new technologies? Like, are you all on TikTok? Are you following those trends? Like, what's your approach here? Maybe starting from Eleni.
Yeah. So basically, what pandemic teach me, like. Social media was very important. Like we had a film, Bad Luck Banking or Looney Porn, Radu Jude's last film. So it was actually during the pandemic when it had its world premiere in Berlinale. And it was crazy. Like we're not gonna have any ads there, so we have to do everything on social media. And because Radu is like he's a genius and he's very creative and he wants to talk about his films and everything. So we started actually making small videos of interviews, live streamings and stuff. And we had to be very creative. And we had to work very hard with bringing more ideas to the table and also convince the director, which sometimes, you know, maybe they don't want or whatever. So you have to find new ways to engage the audience on social media. And also there's this shift of like, no one uses Facebook anymore. Everyone uses Instagram. So visual stuff becoming more important than words, but you need words as well. So it was coming closer to how to improve the visual stuff, streamings and Instagram stories and stuff like that.
Did you have any troubles with the title?
Many. It was funny because in Greece there are a few cinemas that the film was screening, but every distributor and every cinema, based on the neighborhood that they are, they have different audience. So there was this cinema that he was telling me like, oh, you know, we have all these like, as we were saying before, like 50+ women coming here, and they have a certain profile, as we're saying about audience. So they're like 50+, they're married, but you know, they have like their sons or whatever, they're old now, and they come to buy a ticket, and they're like, oh, we want this film. Movie. No, they're like, we want to watch. We want a ticket for this film that has this very long title, and that was it. And I was like, okay, yeah, we know what you want to watch. But yeah, it was, it's interesting, yeah.
But I was also referring to the social media because... like,
with the title?
Yes, with the sometimes
no, for some reason we didn't have a title. No, we didn't have a problem with the title. At first I was like, when Radu first said, oh, that's the title, everyone was like, oh God, what are we going to do with it? But then because the film is very provocative and very bold, we were like, okay, let's go on board with it and find ways of, you know, deal with it. But then people were making fun of the title, so it was like a joke, so it kind of worked. So yeah, we didn't have an issue, no.
Okay, no, thank you. Because I know sometimes like you have to switch a letter, for example, and I think that also comes with the swearings when you have, I'm looking at Joanna, titles of the film with the swearing in it, and you have to change the letter to put anything on social media. We had this case just recently in Poland. Just moving forward, also the same question about like importance of using the new media, like new technologies in your work. Let's start with Julia, for example.
I think Eleni said it's a lot, is we've all learned a lot during the pandemic, is the fact of how social, is, sorry, I've got a terrible echo, is you learn about what assets are effective on social media and making sure that you've got, it's more moving image stuff, it's less words, and it's key. I mean, most of the people I work with employ young people to do their social media campaign, so they give them the assets. Because if your film is for a younger audience, it's better to get a younger audience person to create those assets and place them than somebody, as we were saying earlier, that older. I'm going to use my mum as an example. My mum is old, she's very old, but my parents go to the cinema every single week. How you would communicate a film to my parents is very, very different to how you would market a film. This is going back to the French film where you said it was for 25, it had girls that are 25 in the cast. We all have to understand that there's very different ways of communicating and messaging to an audience that's 25 as opposed to those 70-year-old retired English teacher. So it's you going back to the earlier question you asked, is I don't think there's one thing that's really important. I think everything's important. And I think that people make the decision to go to the cinema or to buy, watch something on a Netflix or a transactional VOD transaction, is they will have got information from a number of places that makes them. I don't think there's one marvelous thing that makes people go to the cinema. I don't think it's just the trailer. They might need to know that it's been at a film festival. They might need to have read an amazing review about it. They might have wanted to have. I think it's this amalgamation of information that makes people convert that sell. It might be a word of mouth. It might be because Eleni's women, wherever they are all talking. One of them said, "Oh, I've heard all about it," and they all decide to go. So it might be word of mouth. So I think it's understanding that there are lots and lots of different things that go into a campaign.
Yeah, I guess. Thank you. I guess it's an effort, right? Especially now after pandemic, that you have to actually go out of the house, put some clothes on, decent clothes, and go and watch a movie. While when you're sitting at home, you can always switch it off, stop it, or changing if you don't like it. So it's seems like more responsible decision to choose a movie in the cinema. So the same question to Gabriel and Nicola about those technology issues and using the platforms, if we can continue.
Yeah, I'm definitely not on TikTok. Because as Boris said, I'm working as well for very independent movies, and I know that my target is the 50 plus. And I know as well that that Facebook is not, as Eleni said, there's a lot of issue in Facebook now, because if you want to have teasers or content that are visible, you have to pay now all the time. On Instagram is different, because I think that my strategy is also to target people who are not old, and people who are if they see something nice on Instagram, because I know young people or 30-ish on Instagram, and they see nice stuff on film that they are not used to watch. They may go to see the movie, and they may go to watch the film. And with the pandemic now, I don't know if you see the numbers of the numbers of cinema viewers or of the French market in France, in Paris. It's very, very, very low. So I don't know. We are trying to with my agency, we are trying to try different stuff, to make original content, very creative, to like something different and a trailer. And yeah, we try to on the social network and Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Even though I know Facebook is not like before, but on Instagram I mean, now it's my favorite tool is Instagram. Yeah.
Okay. Nicolo, can you subscribe to this point of view?
Well, I am on TikTok, but I'm not active. I use it for research. No, I'm saying that it's important to know the platforms that you think you're going to use, because you need to understand what you can achieve on the specific platform and what you cannot achieve on that platform. So you can have a combination of tools then to reach out for the audience. And also it's important to understand where your audience is in terms of consumption of content, in terms of habits and lifestyle, and every country is different. And so I can easily say, in a country, Facebook it's for a certain kind of age, and maybe in another country it's different. So I never say yes to someone's assumption that says to me, my audience is on a specific platform, unless I try to understand a little bit what are the specificities of the country and the culture and the audience habits. But other than that, it's also important to understand which is the limit, because you can say, for example, to your client that doesn't want to pay Facebook, that you cannot achieve much on Facebook if you don't pay. Organic reach is very low, and you have to explain these dynamics to your client. Otherwise, it's just a matter of having someone who thinks that the platform works in a specific way when in fact it doesn't. So you have to each and every time sit down a bit and explain the limits of what they would like to use, and maybe suggest different approaches, and maybe if they still want to go in a direction, lower their expectation, or saying that you need to come up with other strategies in order to complement what they think they will achieve on a specific tools, platforms, or social media. So other than that, the terms of technology use when you are providing this kind of consultancy is very complicated, because you are supposed to know a lot about things that changes very fast, and also that they can be quite complicated even to explain to your client in details. So at times it's always better to try to understand what is your goal, try to understand what is the correct platforms, and then partner up with people that are specialized maybe in either a technology, a service, or a specific kind of angle, a marketing angle. So it's better than try to understand yourself how you can handle every inch of a platform that you never use, for example. I would never recommend anyone to do that. And when we use social media, for example, I use the term social media large, but my best combination is social media and digital PR, because we don't have to underestimate that social media per se will lead to a specific kind of result, which maybe is interesting for a specific kind of audience. Whereas for PR and digital PR, you can get on board different audience demographic and groups. And so having them working together is always my best digital approach. Then if you have the budget, because this is also the tricky part of it, you need to understand how much money you have. Because without that, you don't really know what you can do or what you would like to achieve. So for each and every client that you take on board, my question would always be, how much are you able to invest? And then you make a plan out of it, because otherwise it's just having conversation about anything that is digital, for example. But unless you have the budget to then put on the table, it's just a nice conversation.
Okay, usually the answer is not enough. But
Yeah.
it's always it's always good to ask. Okay, we have one question from the online, and I also like to ask if anybody in the room has a question.
from our online audience, from Marta, regarding this Facebook issue. So in Poland, Facebook is still a tool. Over 18 million Polish people use it every day. So yeah, it's not, I guess, like every market is a bit different. I believe so.
Yeah, you scroll it, but do you post?
Well.
Okay, Dana, question?
If I'm a producer and putting the budget, what would be the average budget that I should, keep for the marketing strategy? I know you might gonna say it depends on the project, but just to give us a clue, like, what should we think of? Feature film.
Full feature film, right? And like releasing in the cinema or? Okay, who would like to answer that? Oh, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, yes.
Yeah. Is it a budget for targeting a campaign on the social network or in marketing in general?
That would be for am I producer, and what is the amount from the starting point? So I have this script and I want to be the best producer in the country. So I want to work on my audience, but work with you guys from the beginning, from the draft, right? As we spoke today. So it's in the perfect life. What would be the budget that I should keep if I want to work with you guys?
Nobody said it would be an easy panel.
I don't know. Let's say, yeah, it really depends on the budget, on what you have in mind. If you want to communicate super early, if you have a release, if you have a festival in between, I don't know. Let's say. Because for me, I will edit some video, create content, think about storytelling, strategy, targeting some people, so either in festival and after that for the release in your territory. So I don't know, let's say 5,000 euro. I don't know. 4,000, 5,000 euro, yeah.
5,000 euro, you said?
Yeah, around.
I think you said for his work, right? For your work, you mean?
Yeah, for my work.
Yeah. Elaine, do you want that?
If there is a festival in between, or like there is something very complete for a social network campaign.
Yeah, and then you add up a few stuff. Like, I don't know exactly how much money, like a set photographer gets, but there was a set photographer that could get like 600 euros per day to be on shooting. So you might have him there for like a week or maybe for a few scenes. So that would also depend on the budget. It could be 600, I don't know, it can go up to I don't know what. So, it really depends. And then you have to add like a graphic designer to make your poster, which can be 5K to 3,000K for a poster designer. And then you have an editor trailer, like a trailer editor, and then it can get up to 6. But it always depends on the project. You also have to choose the right person for your for the film. You have to know their work. Yeah, it's.
Can I just say something about kind of reducing these budget costs?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Because I ran my own distribution company, and I can assure you I didn't spend a cent more than I needed to. You can find very different ways of getting all these things done during production very cost effectively. So for example, We went to an art school and we uploaded all the stills to the film and we wrote the creative brief and we got all the students to submit their ideas for a poster so that we didn't, and we credited them on the poster and we printed out special copies for them as their reward. We did a photography course. We did a competition to get a unit photographer and they put it in their portfolio. So there are this is me going back to what I was saying earlier, is if you have time to do these things, you can do them cost effectively. You just have to think about how you can go about it. So find somebody that's at film school that can shoot all your digital assets, that they can then create a promo reel, because it's in your interest and it's to their benefit. So I just encourage you all to just think as creatively in terms of the assets and the marketing as you will in making the film itself.
Okay.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Can I add
and write
something
an email,
maybe?
Dana.
If you want to invest something in the early stage, maybe invest something in a strategy that also can answer to some of these questions that later on you can have. Meaning, if you brief some strategies saying that you also need to have some cost-effective ideas, you can have a strategies, and on top of that, some creative ideas in order how to realize something that Julia has said, and also on top of that, you can have a brief for still photography that is based on script level, which you can, of course, later on adapt it to where you're going to have the proper shooting phase. But you can have so many elements in place already as a strategy at the very beginning if you want to invest something early on that can solve a lot of problems along the line. So that is my advice. Save something since the beginning in order to have this brainstorming and early consultancy with partners that can help you out along the way to have a cost-effective solution.
Okay. So my next question is a bit general, so I'm not addressing that to anyone right now. But if you'd like to answer, please do. I want to ask you about because we are talking about different issues and different problems, and the question is about what do you think is the biggest struggle now in your work? We are in a post-pandemic landscape. We know the budgets are shrinking, the marketing budget are smaller. There is a shift in social media, like we said. They are the way how it works is changing. There is the whole VOD thing, the lack of data. So here we are, with the experience from the past. You did many campaigns. You promote movies. So what do you think in the nearest future, next year or two, would be the most hard thing, the biggest challenge?
I can just say my problems. It's the easiest way to do it. So I think I would have to agree with Nicolo what he said before. Everything is moving so fast. Sometimes it's scary. There are so many things to think about all the time. What will work best for a film or not? What would threaten the film? So for me, it's very hard to identify audience now. Because sometimes you have a film and you're like, this is not gonna work. They're not gonna get people to come to the cinema, and then they're a big hit. So sometimes, of course, you have to identify someone who's gonna go and watch your film. But there are so many surprises out there. Sometimes audiences crazy. They go crazy about something that you would never guess, and it's one of, at least for me, it's one of the main challenges right now. And also I have this thought before coming here, and I was just like, oh, maybe I should ask someone from the panel as well. How do they feel about that? But I use Netflix. I don't like it, but I use it. And they have such a weak algorithm. And sometimes you have a film that is very strong, and there's nowhere to be found. Like you can't find it to click on it and watch it. So how Netflix or other streaming platforms that are going strong right now, how do they market your film? That's what scares me, and that's a little bit troubling for me. Like you have a film that you've did so much work, and then a big platform wants to use it in a different way, or maybe it's somewhere hidden between different stuff.
They don't market your film, no?
But that's the thing. Yeah. That's one of the things that I would always want to discuss with other marketeers. Like, how do you feel about that when you get a lot of money to get your film on Netflix and then it's nowhere to be found? So I'm like, how? Why? You know, it's like crazy. You put so much work in doing that beforehand, and then it's up somewhere. It's like nothing.
The customer already paid, so they don't care.
They don't care.
It's simple.
It's just one of the challenges
They do
for
marketing on, I don't know the exact figure, but like 10 movies a year, and they have 300 movies. So the rest is for the algorithm, and yeah. But the distributor, we care about the audience because it's not there yet, so we need to make them come, and we spend money. But
so your advice is not give it to platforms, give it to distributors.
No. But I mean, that the marketing is completely different. They market their platform with good movies. They don't care about your movies, and they don't care about the director. They don't make him famous, and But for me, the main issue, which maybe is not related to COVID situation, but on the French market, in 10 years, we lost every year 10 million tickets for young audience. But we don't see it because we earn 10 million tickets from the baby boomers, okay? But baby boomers, they won't go to the cinema forever. But the main issue is why do young people don't go to the cinema as much as before? And especially for local production, they don't go to see French movies. For me, that's really the point, because the point is how to make entertainment for young audience. When you are a local production, you cannot compete with big budget from Hollywood. But there are many movies, because we can give our expertise on movies that are made, but there are many movies that are not made because producers, they are, for example, they live in the center of Paris, okay? They have money, they are 40, 50-year-old. And for example, they never go into the suburbs of Paris, okay? But suburbs of Paris are 10 million inhabitants, and Paris is 2 million. So, and these suburbs is really full of life and full of culture. If you take the music industry, the top 10 on Spotify in France is French rap, French hip hop, okay? So for music that you don't need really money to produce music, young people do their own music and it works better than American music, or okay. But when you need money to produce something, you go to see people that don't understand the culture of the young audience, because we lose this connection because these people, producers living in Paris, they don't have the same social background that the popular suburbs. So there are many things that we could do that we don't do, produce movies, and for me it's a good, it's like more of a solution. There are many films that could be successful and they are not made. And I can give you 2 examples from the same producer. He produced Les Misérables by Ladjli, who had a prize in Cannes, which was very successful, which was talking about these suburbs. And he also produced the same year a movie that was rejected by all distributors, talking also about the suburbs, made by a French rapper, and all distributors refused it. And so Netflix bought it, and it was the most successful French movie on Netflix this year, okay? So I asked the distributor, why did you refuse it? Because it was a bad script, okay? So that means French movies are all good script? Of course not. The reality is they don't have the code to understand what they read. So for me, they need to hire younger people to work with them so they can open the door to a reality that is full of potential.
Or I guess use maybe more tools like we were discussing in the first panel, like building the audience and trying to.
But this is
reach
a
the audience.
marketing issue once you already have the project. But I'm talking about movies that are not made because we all are surrounded by people of our same social background. We have the same habits. And people from Paris, they never go to the suburbs. It's like one of my friends said, Thailand is closer to Paris than the suburbs, okay? It's something, if you don't have to go there, you don't go. But the culture from the suburbs in music is the mainstream culture. So it says a lot. And a long time ago, there was Luc Besson, was a French director, producer. He started to make entertainment with action, comedies, and it was really popular. But then there was these gangs coming to the movie theater to see these movies, because these movies were happening in suburbs, so they were identifying, but they were also violent, so there were problems in the cinema. So movie theaters said, okay, we don't screen them anymore. So that's also a problem of the behavior of this audience, and what do you put into your script? Because if you put what there is in, for example, in the rap songs, it's very like toxic masculinity, where we sell drugs, we are the strongest. Okay, you need to find other ways to talk. But there are many things many movies to make that producers don't produce, and directors don't go into this direction. But it's like when Twilight Saga was released, it's like Hollywood discovered that women were not a niche audience. And from then, there's, millions of admission. We're going to make Hunger Games, and we're going to make Wonder Woman, and blah, blah. And it was there. It was the elephant in the middle of the corridor. And it's the same for the young audience. We need to produce entertainment. And of course, I prefer to defend author movie, and But now it's an emergency. We need to connect with the young generation and produce entertainment. Because then, if they have the habit to come to the cinema, they will be interested in author movies. But if you look at, there are no French actors famous among the young audience. If you compare their awareness on social media to hip-hop singers, hip-hop rappers are here, and French actors are here. So we need to connect.
I've seen a situation like that on the premiere of the, like 2 weeks ago. Film for kids, and there were actors playing in the movie. They were present after the premiere, but all the kids were after Instagram stars and TikTokers who were also present, and actually no one from those young people were caring about main actors of the movie. So yeah, the change definitely is here. Can I ask you about your struggles, Julia? We cannot hear you.
Sorry. I'm going to mention the Hollywood word again. I completely agree, is that we need to ensure that young people see good movies and don't live on Hollywood. The cinema experience isn't just the Hollywood experience. I hate the idea that a generation will grow up with, DC, Marvel movies and superhero movies. So I would actually like to change the structure of the entire industry which we can't do in the UK. I don't know about other EU countries, but I think cinemas should be encouraged and paid to play independent films. And so that there's less reliance on them booking every single screen with Top Gun 2 or Jurassic Park Dominion or whatever else I'm going to have inflicted on me. So I think that I think it's absolutely right. It's how do we get a younger audience into movies, seeing a more diverse range of storytelling, and build the audience of the future, because my mum and dad are going to die, and they can't be the only people that go to the cinema every week.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Yeah, I think my problem is like when I do a campaign, a campaign on the social network. Sometimes the results are super good. I don't know, for Latino films or some films who are dealing with social issues or talking about the war. Depends, like Spain war. I had a film last year was a super hit on the social network with a lot of interactions, comments, likes, video views. But when we look at the box office, it was catastrophic. Like it was a mess, and then I don't know why, because on the social network was quite good, and the distributor was confident, and it was Eleni said, like there is some surprises at the end, and sometimes it's the opposite. Like I don't have good results on the social network with, like, it's not working. So we're trying to have less. We spend less, or sometimes we spend more, and at the end, the box office is telling something different. So this is a problem on the, like a sort of transparency. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And Nicola?
I'm referring to, for example, Italian situation because it's interesting to compare market and countries. So from the Italian perspective, we actually look at French market as something that is healthier than us. And we look at that with envy, actually. And what we are trying to understand from our end is why we still have lost big chunks of our segment population that has not come back to the film theater at all. We cannot try to understand if it's just the older population, because they still not feel enough to go back, and we still have, for example, strict rules in terms of the issues within theater. That is keeping your audience or, you know, heavy consumer and traditionally, let's say, consumer that you are not able to reach digitally, for example, in any way, we have a problem. So we are struggling to bring people back to the film theaters, and then when they go back, they tend to go back for blockbusters mainly. So we have a very good reaction for Top Gun, Jurassic Park, or whatever big that in theory feels that is worth kind of go out of your house, leave your streaming platforms and experience on a big screen. Whereas for anything else, we're struggling a lot. On the other hand, if you were in Cannes, for example, the mantra was that we have too much product. We have too many films, and too many of them are not strong enough to stay on the market. So we have this coin with two flip sides, and on the other hand, we are losing customers. You can call it the way that you want. On the other hand, we have too much product, and if that kind of film doesn't reach a film theater first and then a platform, is just buried on a platform. Because as we said, and this is a nice exercise that you can do, you take your favorite platforms that, for example, is Netflix or Prime or whatever, and then you go and you follow those platforms on social media, and then you realize how few titles are actually even mentioned for release. Suppose new titles they are acquired, and then you will understand that this is not an option for you to just say my film is on Netflix, for example, because it's just buried in their catalog, unless it's particularly interesting for some reason or it becomes a hit, which you cannot plan, of course. And so it's very interesting to contrast and compare countries, and as much data as we can get in terms of how the habits of the audience has changed. And for example, today was very insightful for me to understand across few countries what is been happening, so that I can compare to the countries that I work on. We have to rely on this data and this research and this study to understand how we should change our tactics and strategies, and how we have to figure out which is the new normal, as they say, post-COVID, hopefully in the next future.
Great, thank you. We're running out of time, so I would like to ask you if you have any questions. Nothing. So maybe just not to end on the very sad note that everything is very gloomy and we do not have the perspectives. I would like to ask last one question, and actually it's for Julia and for Boris, because I would like to ask about those programs where you can actually polish your marketing skills and learn something, and how to become a better marketer. So if you could tell us a little more about the marketing workshop and your school, Julia. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, so the Audience Design Lab is a 3-day program where the first day of the program we have a panel of, we have a somebody that runs a sales company, we have somebody that runs a distribution company, we have somebody that runs an art house cinema, and we have somebody from the Mubi platform. And the whole morning we're going to have a discussion about the state of the landscape of all those sectors. So what's affecting international sales, distribution, Mubi's strategy and their longer term, moving in more aggressively into distribution, and the programming of independent cinemas and how we can get people to independent cinemas. So that's the morning. In the afternoon, we're using an innovative digital marketing tool where we're giving them results of a online campaign that we've been working on for a couple of weeks, based on who the filmmakers think their film is aimed at, with an image that they've supplied, a log line and a synopsis. And then they'll have 2 days working with audience designers, and that's so that'll be not one-on-one, but the filmmaking team, so that they can come away with a strategy. And then we will bring everybody back in September, so that the filmmaking teams have had time to go away and look at what was discussed and to come up with a strategy, and to be very aware of what they might need to change in terms, tweak in terms of casting and or unit photography, getting the list of assets, being really clear and understanding of who their target audience is. And then we'll bring them back and we'll get them all to share their learnings. We're also having a couple of keynote speakers who are doing innovative work in the digital space that we think the filmmaking teams can take advantage of. So it's a 4-day course in total. 1 module's 3 days and 1 is online later on.
And it's once a year.
All the details are on our Screen Institute website. Sure.
Thank you so much. And Boris, could you tell us a little bit about the marketing workshop?
Yes, it's a marketing workshop where you meet experts from all the steps of the distribution, local and international distribution. So you have experts on festival, on sales agents, or local distribution, expert on digital campaign, expert on every step, and there are producers and directors with their own project, but also people from the industry, distributors or head of marketing, etc. And then so you have master classes, and then you have some workshop where you work on specific project, how to find new ideas, how to shape your audience, and to find solutions. Do you have to come with the project or not? Sorry?
Do we have to come with the project or not?
No, you don't have to. Most of them, I think, come with the project, but but there are people from like the industry want to improve their skills. Okay.
Okay, so that was the cheerful note on the end, just not to lose maybe hope. Thank you so much for being here and for attending online and sharing your experiences and your knowledge with us. And I'll give the mic to Marzena.
Yes, so I would just like to say big thank you to all our beautiful guests who are here today in Warsaw with us, but also those who joined us online. Also to Ania, who, well, without you, this would not happen. Thank you very much, Centralny Dom Technologiczny, for hosting us here, for making this hybrid event happen. And also the big thank you goes to my wonderful colleagues from Creative Europe Desk Poland, Marta Modzelewska and Agata Gruszecka, for helping us, for helping me organize this event. And also, last but not least, to our translators, to Lidex, who also helped us, yes, organizing, making it happen. Thank you very much for being with us today, our beautiful audience here in Warsaw, but also to those who joined us online. And one technical announcement: if you would like to watch this conference afterwards, the recording will be available at our YouTube platform, so you can also refresh your knowledge or like check of what was said today. Thank you very much.